All right, all right, all right. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the special edition of High Level Experience podcast. I'm so excited to have you all here with us today. We've got a lineup of 20 amazing speakers, 23 actually, 24, 25, something like that. A lot of awesome people. We got Sean Clark joining us as well. And we've got all of you guys watching live or watching replay. So thank you so much. And without further ado, let me introduce you to all our amazing speakers today. Because I'm not here by myself today. I am with all these legends. And I'm super. Oh, I knew this is going to break. Here we go. All right. This is quite work. Let me just clean this up a little bit, guys. I'm just going to get rid of these these AI assistants, and then we'll kick it off. So feel free to unmute, guys, for the minute, and we'll just dive into all that good stuff shortly and explain what's happening. Excellent. So yeah, so I'm here joining me a bunch of awesome legends, and we'll yeah, you guys can unmute. Awesome. Now, this is a bit more interactive experience, so we'll be able to pull some of these comments into the chat as well. If you guys are watching live, we should be able to do that as well. So feel free to do that. If you are with us here, if you're speaking with us, then just a couple of things. We've got a bit of a structure, so feel free to let me know if it sucks. You can do these reactions. And actually, fancy stuff will float around. Like we're flying, we're high level, we're going for it, so we can do that one. Yeah, Facito is already at it. So funky stuff's happening there. Make sure that you guys that are on this as speakers, make sure you keep your camera on. So you just hit that little thing there. There it is, and then that'll do it. You know the drill. Now we're gonna get started real soon. We're gonna kick off with Sean, because he's a busy guy and we appreciate him being on. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat. If you guys are watching online, if you're watching us from YouTube, if you're watching us from Facebook or LinkedIn, put your comments in the chat. We can see them here, and I'll be able to spotlight them. And then without further ado, one more thing I wanted you guys to let you know. This is international. This is very much international. So what I'll guys like you to do with me here on Zoom, if you guys can put in a chat what country or what city, actually I should say, what city you're joining on from today in the Zoom chat. So you guys watching online, you can see this is real. Like we're here. We got Charles Higgins from Nashville, Tennessee. Shout out to Charles. Bound from California. Joel, Vancouver, Canada. Sydney, Australia. Alok, Sean Clark, Eugene, Oregon. Is that? Alistair Shirazi, San Diego. James Hurst, Provo, Utah. Michael Pacito, Ontario, Canada. Chris Brackle, Blue Mountains. Oh, mate, we got Blue Mountains in Sydney as well, but this is another one in Canada. Cool. And Gary Capp, Australia. Awesome. Angie from Queensland. Jared from Tassie, Michael from Palm Beach, Florida. That sounds like a nice place. Andy Odate from Vegas. Vegas, baby. Ryan O'Connor, Sydney, Australia. Pulse Market in Denver. Priya from India. Lucky from Gold Coast. Let me chuck mine in. I'm over from Canberra. I want my pin. Now I want my pin. Canberra, Australia. Nobody know Canberra. It's a small little place, but it's a capital of Australia. Alert Canada. Alert. Awesome. Excellent. So we are all over. We are all over. We're that's a lot of us. So thank you guys for being on. Really appreciate you taking time out of your busy day. You guys are absolute legends, and I'm really excited to have you all with me today. Now, let's get started. So I'm gonna spotlight Sean, and then we'll get started. Sean, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Uh-oh.
So hang on, let me just get my little thingy widget. Here we go. Where is Sean? Where is Sean? There is Sean. Excellent. So I have a couple of questions for you, but then we're gonna have an open mic for the rest of the legends here as well to be able to ask a couple of questions. First of all, thank you so much for being on. Really appreciate you uh joining us, because I know, I mean, I can only imagine what it must be like running such a, massive company. Just one more second, actually. I forgot to do this. One more thing. Sorry, this is just my OCD killing me. I'm sure others can relate. OCD is a real thing, isn't it? Uh, all right. So thank you so much for being on. I really appreciate you. I've got a couple of questions, but I want to kick it off with the first one. What goes into putting such an epic event that you guys just pulled in Dallas? What goes into it?
Gosh, that is a really great question. I think what's cool about it is it's all um, put on basically by our team. So our team plans the event, runs the event, staffs the event all the way through. And what's cool about that is they all have day jobs, right? So this is something they do in addition to what they normally do. I would say it takes about almost all year to plan. So it's a pretty big lift. But it's cool because it's also the most fun we have getting together all year with everybody. And I would say we always try to make it a reflection of what we heard we could do better or differently from the previous year. So kind of like we build our software, it's kind of a fun situation because hopefully we're kind of bringing out something that got asked for last year and this year, or trying something new that we felt like people wanted. But it is an absolutely massive, massive undertaking. Um, but it's a lot of fun to do. It's I don't know. I will say when it first got proposed many years ago, I was scared out of my mind, but now I look forward to it every year.
It's let me tell you, I mean, it's such an epic event. Really, I've been to a bunch of events and nothing beats it. And the other day, I was talking with a guy from India who's got like a big VA agency, and he says, "This is the first time I went to a conference." I'm like, "Oh, mate, you've raised the bar high. I don't think nobody else is going to beat it for you." Now you have to go to high level every day, every time. It's such an epic event. Yeah, really, really cool. Every time I go, it's really nice to meet all the friends and meet new people. If you guys are watching, I highly recommend it. It's worth a bit of money. It's cost a bit of money, but it's worth every dollar. So thank you
Well, the
so
good
much. I
news
wanted
is
to say,
we
yeah.
net lose money on that event, so don't worry, we're not taking your money and making money off of it. We net lose money, so don't worry, we put it all back in and more. So
Yeah, look, I mean, this year you've raised the bar again. You went in a different venue. I think it was really good decision. A lot more space. I'm sure everybody else can agree that there was. I mean, great for vendors especially. No longer you had that little like a hallway. It was just like really open. So yeah, well done. It's epic. Now I've got a couple more questions for you. Just with the with all the mountain of all the features that you guys drop. That's like that's not usual for companies to drop them all like that at once. Um, and you just announced a mountain of these. If you had to sum it up, what's like I don't know, like what's like the main storyline of these new 2025
well, that's a
level up
good question. I
releases?
mean, I would say it's a good combination of AI and actually product maturity. I mean, I think one of the things I'm most proud of, honestly, is we spent a lot of this last year working on bringing the product up in all places to something we felt like could really compete with the biggest and baddest out there. And I think the team has done a fantastic job of that. When I saw the new builder drop, I was as excited as everybody else because I was as surprised as everybody else. But I was the most thrilled to see the reaction we got from our customers because I just told me the team was firing on all cylinders. Anytime you go big like that, you're gonna be imperfect. But I have to say, just overall across the whole thing, the amount of maturity I saw was really the most impressive thing for me. I love the Agent Studio and I love what's forthcoming from the AI perspective, but we live in a world now where a lot of our customers, I think, when we deliver stability or speed or UX UI improvements, there's just more real world benefit uh, today than there has been in the past. And I'm a feature addict and I admit it, so I'll always like new features, but I really can appreciate that the stability and the maturity that we've been bringing to the product. So I would say that's the hallmark for me.
Yeah. They are epic. And I gotta tell you, I've already been digging into that new contact view. I've been showing it to my clients. For me, the ability I've been begging for this for years. The ability to click a button and have an expanded version for email. It's a little thing, but it means a lot. So thank you so much for doing that. Agent Studio, voice AI, docs, workflows, AI tools. These are big leaps. How do you balance innovation speed with user simplicity?
The best you can. Um, it's an imperfect situation. I mean, you know, gosh, well, I will say it has changed over time quite a bit. So when we were early on, it was, uh, go ahead and break stuff if that means shipping something new. And I would say that we've gone radically the other direction. But I would say, I guess what I would say about it is I've challenged the team to try to stay as nimble as possible, as feature focused as possible. But I've also said, you can't deliver broken, incomplete products. And I'm sure that there'll always be people who will say, well, you missed this or you missed that. And but I don't care about that. We're still very much part of the skateboard model, but I think the difference is the skateboard just needs to be a little more robust when it comes out these days. And I think the team has done a really good job kind of meeting that challenge. But the biggest thing I'm concerned about is I don't want to be like everybody else. Like, I don't want to ship stuff once a quarter or once every 6 months or once every year. It's just not who we are and who we're going to be. I think it's incredibly important to stay agile, and mostly because our customers are agile, right? Like all of you are telling us every day, like, hey, do you see this new thing? And do you see that new thing? And I need this and I need that. And I would hate to say, well, we'll put it on the list for next year. Like that just seems like a miserable way to exist. So we'll always be on the side of go fast and break stuff a little bit, but we break a lot less than we used to. I'll tell you that.
And we love that for you doing that, because to me, that's like a model as a company. I keep looking at high level as a model for any company. It's like this skateboard method just makes so much sense. And I would also say it's probably even non-negotiable at this point. Just like the rate of innovation is just way fast. So it's really the speed is the name of the game these days. Is you blink an eye and then like a month later you're already behind on the tech side. So you guys are on the right track. What you've been doing for the last 5-6 years, I think 2018 when you guys started, since it's just that track record just shows the model works, and we really are happy for what you guys do for us. So it's brilliant.
Thanks.
What's
Well,
been
we're thankful to all of you. I mean, we wouldn't be here without you. I mean, the thing that still holds true to this day is, we don't wake up every day and think, oh, we know what to do. We have no idea what we're doing that day. So thankfully, all of you were there to show up and tell us what to do and how to do it right. So we're very appreciative of all of you, because we wouldn't be here without your counsel and your coaching.
what's been the
You're
hardest
welcome,
production
Sean.
decision you
Anytime.
Let's open it up to the room. Let's open it up. I just feel like I'm taking the spotlight here. So let me get the folks
Sean,
here into the room.
Sean, it's Chris Brakel. I just wanted to jump in and speak to the maturity of the product. I love the quality of life improvements, because when I think about the innovation that is going to continue to be stacked on this platform, if you don't clean up a bit of the code debt and everything else sitting there and the UI debt and everything else, it starts getting crowded, and really
Yeah.
painful for the users to adopt these new features quickly.
Yeah.
So I love that we've got this quality of life change where users are going to take a week or two to kind of like get in that muscle memory that's there. And I think that'll accelerate our entire user base's ability to grow with this tool set. So I really do
Agreed.
thank you for taking that on. It's always hard to balance and always hard to get that done in product management, because the new shiny stuff are what you compete on. But I really feel like someone was making the right call here to get the quality of life stuff set up so you
Yeah,
can
we're
grow
not
and
done. Don't worry. And
customers can.
and I would say what is also cool behind the scenes, like we just hired a brand new head of product. His name is Sean Kim, and his mission is to really help us continue to raise that bar. And across the board, a lot of our leadership hires are kind of around this idea. Um, just because that's not my skill. So, but I respect it. So we wanted to put some people in place we felt like could continue to hold that high standard and do so kind of out of the gate versus having to go back and clean it up later. So don't worry, we'll continue to clean a lot of stuff up, and we'll also continue to just set a higher bar for our initial launches. And I think you're kind of already seeing that, hopefully, but I think you'll just continue to see it, because I agree with you. I think we want you to be able to sit our product down next to anybody else's and feel really confident in telling your client that it's going to be robust and it's going to scale and it's not going to go down, because there's a lot of value in that.
Awesome.
Sean, you built one of the fastest growing SaaS companies in the world. What's been the biggest leadership challenge scaling from startup to global brand?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, first of all, I don't feel like I built it. I feel like we built it. Um, I really, I do say that in all seriousness. I really would not be here without all the amazing people, both internally and externally, that I have the pleasure of working with. So, but I would say the biggest challenge over time, was figuring out who to trust to do the things that you were doing a minute ago and that you felt really good at, but you realized that over time weren't going to scale very well. And then even things that like maybe you were sort of like half good at, but you just felt like would be really hard to hand off to somebody else. Um, but realize you kind of had to do that in order to scale. And honestly, making mistakes, like knowing like when you hire that person, like you know, you're going to make some bad decisions and you're going to hand off to some people that do bad things, and they're going to impact your customers in negative ways, but sort of realizing like long term, that's like the only process you can figure out to go through in order to kind of get to the end where you do find someone who's really amazing at it. And in my case, almost all in all cases better than I am or ever was at it. But and then finally start seeing the results. It's a big long transition process, and there's a lot of pain and suffering in the middle where you make dumb choices or they make dumb choices, and you still have to sort of own up to them.
So still operating like a startup phase, and you are true to the core of that skateboard method, not just with feature releases, but with hiring stuff as well, and running the business. That's epic.
I think that's
I
really
love it.
important, actually. I mean, as you get bigger, you get a lot of people who tell you, you need to be different or hire different people or this or that. I've hired plenty of people with really fantastic looking LinkedIn resumes that were really terrible. And to be fair to them, I don't know that they're like terrible. It's just they kind of show up with their own playbook and then they try to run that playbook. And if that playbook isn't your playbook, like it doesn't go well, and bad things happen. So, I mean, hiring for a cultural fit is as important or more important than hiring for a skill set fit. At least that's been my experience.
I'm kind
I
of
love
curious,
it.
Sean, as you're going through and hiring the next level of leaders for high level, you kind of talked a little bit about it, but a little more on how you decide if someone's going to be a great fit or how someone's going to be successful, or what do you look for in those hires?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So first, I don't hire anybody because I suck at that. So first, find people who are really good at hiring and have them do it. But to be fair to those, even my best people, so like all of the really, just so you're aware, anything that's like hard or of consequence or looks like it's really well done in this company, it's probably Robin or Varun who did it, not me. But if you were to ask them, I think they would still say, you can spend a lot of time talking to people, but at some point, you just got to put them on the job and see what happens. Like, um, I have yet to see anybody do better than that. And it's like the hire fast, fire fast. I don't know. They're stupid saying for this crap. But the reality is that it's just like you I would just say I've never met anybody who can hire perfectly out of the gate. And I think if you go in with that mindset and you just like try to put that person in the fire as fast as you can and just see how they perform. Like that's the best I've ever seen anybody do. And yeah, you're gonna like we had bad hires. Like we had somebody who we hired who had a really smoking great resume on the customer service side. And I thought she was gonna I thought they were gonna scale customer service to like amazing heights. And to be fair to them, I think they did great in their previous position. They just came into our world where culturally, in their previous role, maybe they were hiring like 5 people a week. We were hiring 50 people a week, and they just couldn't keep up. And they just couldn't wrap their head around the fact that like they were going to have to do things they felt uncomfortable doing. And just over time, what I, found out sadly later than I'd want to is that especially with customer service, like if you back up in customer service, it's not like you just impact the next person, you impact everybody, right? And like that. And so when my DM started blowing up, and then for a long time, I was like trying to ask questions, and this person's like, "Don't worry, I got it." But really, it was like there was like a massive fire burning behind them, and they just couldn't come out and say like they were failing because I think they felt like that was their job. So that was a great example where, as hard as I could to say like, "Oh, don't worry about it, I get it. We're kind of crazy here. Like, pull out all the stops. Like, do whatever you got to do. I don't even care." Like, if we have to get a temp agency involved, like, I just don't know, but you just cannot have people not there to answer customer questions, like make it happen. They just couldn't figure that out. So, but I mean, going back, like everybody, I had lots of other people talk to this person and they thought they were great and their resume is smoking awesome. They just didn't work out. But how could I have seen that around the corner? Looking back, I don't know how I could have done any better. They'd been in the industry a long time. They interviewed, like I always say, like interviewing is kind of like a first date. Like if you suck at interviewing, like that's like you're really bad, right? Like no one goes on a first date and it's like, I don't like to shower that much. I snore really bad, right? Like, I curse like a sailor. No one does that. And if
Maybe
you
we
do,
should, the world to be a different place.
well, I mean, that is the ironic part, right? But the reality is that's not how we operate as people. And so people who interview, they do the same thing, right? So I always hate interviews because I'm sort of like, in fact, what I do now, to be fair, is I try to show up later down the line. And my goal is to get on and be like, hey, what do you want to ask me? Like, what do you want to ask about the organization or whatever? Because a couple of things. One, I want it to be a great fit for them. And then two, it is interesting. I learned a lot. Like, did you bother to figure out who we are or what we do or how we do it or why it's unique? And you kind of learn a little bit of that. And I think some of that tells you a little more than not. But I just think it's okay in this case. I would just say it's an imperfect process. I've never seen anybody do an amazing job at it. I don't think it's possible. And like our skateboard model everywhere else, that's what we do here.
Did you ever get into personality tests and stuff like that in your hiring process?
God, no. We had a bunch of, I have a bunch of like people who did that stuff internally and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, it doesn't help me. So I don't know. I've learned over time to try to I respect the fact that it could enable other people in my organization to do something positive. So I try not to hate on it too much from their perspective. Like if they think it's valuable and it helps them, that's great. Right. And they can and I'll even participate. But in general, I have zero belief in it. I mean, I'm like, whatever, I don't care.
Hey, Sean, Ryan here.
We have software to build, man. Let's go. We got things to do.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, Ryan here. I thought I'd jump in before I get killed by other people jumping over the top of me. So apologies for that. Can you hear me?
Yes. And that's
Yes.
exactly why we didn't hire you. Actually, I don't know. I don't even know if you interviewed. I'm not sure. I don't do any hiring.
Me?
I told you that. No, it's not Michael. It's like,
Yeah, it's nothing I say is true. Don't worry, Sean.
Okay, good.
It was the shower joke. It was the shower joke.
Sean, if you wouldn't mind just like highlighting a little bit about how the product development lifecycle looks. Like I know when Varun was in Sydney, we were chatting and he was like, there's that many engineers now. He doesn't know all their email addresses. And like he literally puts a LinkedIn post out to try to like broadcast a message because the cycle rate of new people, new product people coming in or whatever
Sure.
is so big. So like, how does it look now from like someone has an idea internally? It's not just feedback from the community, but someone has an idea and they're like, we're going to build this native integration with this product, right? Like
Sure.
who makes that a good idea internally?
Well, okay. So I would say there are zero ideas that I can personally think of that didn't at some level originate in the community. Now, I don't know that an individual inside the team didn't lift that up higher than the community did by itself, because they had some inherent belief in it. But basically the way it works is product managers take community ideas, whether they're from the ideas list or from the town halls, all that stuff. And then the way so a long time ago, Varun, Robin, and I would look at every idea and we'd greenlight every idea. And eventually, just like at one time I did all the onboarding calls, but at some point you don't scale anymore, right? So what do you do, right? And so what we had to figure out is how to go from there. And so what we did is we give every single product manager a KPI or KPIs around utilization, adoption, those sorts of things. And they really have to take responsibility for their side of the product. So they get to make the decisions, and they have their own review sessions with head of product and things like that. So they don't operate entirely in a silo, but at some point you have to trust those people to make those decisions. And when they make those decisions, like they have to stand behind them through those KPIs, because there's lots of things there's lots of things I thought were great ideas that were terrible, and lots of things I thought were terrible that were good, and everything in the middle. I've long proven to myself I don't know what I'm talking about. So it's just better to give freedom to those people and just tell them what the KPIs look like up front, and have those KPIs dictate, future, promotion, future, pay raises, things like that, and then trust them to do the right thing. And I think it's, if you're going to police them, it's more about like, hey, are they talking to customers, right? Like, where are you getting this feedback? And then, we have roadmap calls internally at the beginning of, well, right before the beginning of every quarter. And that's my opportunity to like throw shade, throw curveballs, ask hard questions. And, what I'm looking for is, where does this, if it sounds good to me, I don't say anything because that sounds good, right? But if it's weird, I try to understand and probe on where the conviction comes from. And then sometimes they'll make bets that I don't like. But I'm like, all right, well, your job's on the line for this, not mine. So I'll see you in 2 months and let's sit down and see, where this got you. And sometimes I win and sometimes I lose. I actually lose more often than I win. So, but that's just how the process works. And again, it just goes back to like hiring people and trusting them and realizing some of them are going to fall down and we've let them go. But the vast majority of them have risen to the occasion and done an amazing job. I mean, I just saw someone compliment us on the Reynolds calendar. And she wrote me a page and a half of how amazing it is. And what that tells me is that team just crushed it and did a great job for that use case. And my bet is for every one person that says that's great, there's 100 other people who like it too. So that's the kind of trust that we get. But the way I'll know the rental calendar is good is in an upcoming call, I'll say, well, how many people are using it? How many rentals are being booked? How does that square with what your conviction was? Because even there was a choice, right? Like, do we go after the rental sort of Airbnb-ish style calendaring thingy, or do we go someplace else? Do we go to like job scheduling for HVAC companies or home service or something, right? There's lots of different options. And their conviction was, no, I think rentals is more important because it has a broader customer base. And I said, all right, I trust you, go for it. So we'll see what happens.
Just a quick follow-up there, 1 second follow-up. Just so like Facebook, for instance, has like 24 versions running at once or whatever it is, and they're shipping things and going like, these 7 million people use that, so we're going to push that to all Facebook users.
Yeah.
Do you ever run simultaneous versions? So like we could be using a different version down here and adopting it? No,
I mean, we have labs and stuff. So I guess that's kind of our version of that.
Okay.
But again, I guess our hope is that all of the things that we're working on are not like some wild, like that to me feels more like the traditional thing where it's like, well, let's take a guess on what we think people want. Let's test it out and see what's going on. And to be fair to Meta, like I'm sure that's probably how they have to roll, because everyone and their brother would tell them what to do, and there's not a lot of expertise there necessarily. I think we're sort of exceptional in the fact that we have customers who are really good at what they do. And so their advice is just often very good, and they know what direction we should be going. And we don't have to sit around and guess. That they tell us, and our job is really just to sift through and figure out, well, what is the majority here telling us, so we can go in that right direction so that they can serve their client. And all we have to really do is try to stay true to that, and we'll do great.
Thanks.
I got a quick question there for you, Sean. You absolutely love building things, and I've seen it in all the other companies. Elon Musk buys out HighLevel, gets you out of it completely, and you get to go and build whatever software you want. What kind of a software are you building?
Oh, I don't know what I would do, because I really like what I'm doing. So I have a hard time thinking of anything else I would want to do. I'm not even sure I'd take the deal. I mean, for enough money, I'd take some of the deal, but I don't think I'd want to be out. I got offered to get out a couple times by all kinds of people during this process, and I said for more money than I've ever seen, but I said no both times. And it just because, I mean, I didn't know what else I was going to be doing. I've worked at this my whole life. I'm doing the thing I've always wanted to do. So I couldn't imagine doing anything else. Otherwise, I'd be very bored very quickly. I mean, there'll be like a hardcore month there where I'll probably go on vacation or something and woo, yeah, woo. But then a month later, I'll just be sad and crying at home. So I'd much rather be doing this.
Hey Sean, it's Mike Reamer. First of all, I was like blown away. 300 features that day. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of shining stars there. The AI team, which I'm fond of, they crushed it.
They did do a great job.
crushed it. I mean, the UI UX is just off the chain. But I did notice one thing when you guys were throughout Level Up, you guys were doing more strategic partnerships, like you did OpenAI. They presented at Level Up. You're
Yeah.
doing something with Google/Gemini.
Yeah.
And I noticed also the platform seems to be loosening up where you're letting people do semi customizations, bring in API keys on Agent Studios. Is that something we're going to continue to see? Because I see it's a pretty big benefit. It seems that a lot of people really
No, I
enjoy
hate the
that.
idea of you bringing your own API key. These are like two bifurcated issues here. So, like long term together, we will get bigger discounts than you'll ever get. And so we will always have a cheaper price than anybody else. I mean, you're already getting OpenAI's rack rate minus 5%, which for them is a big freaking deal. I don't know why, but they'll play ball better as we go down the road. But we did this with Twilio for a very long time, and I got to tell you, there was never a benefit. The number of people's Twilio accounts I still have access to as a master admin because I had to get on a phone call and give them admin access so I could go debug their silly problem was just prolific and off the charts. There's just no benefit there. Now, that's the second part of the question. The first part of the question, though, is although ironically, we've always had partnerships. We just realized that like we look cooler and more adult and grown up and stuff if we bring these people into our thing. So we did, right? And so that's all just good marketing. You guys are marketers, right? So, but I think again, back to that whole maturity thing, what we're trying to show all of you is that despite the fact that I don't seem very serious, we are very serious. And we have lots of people who are taking a lot of time to make sure like we're SOC 2 compliant, and ISO 27001 and HIPAA, and we're working with the best of the best, but not just working with them. We are meeting with them at the highest of levels. I've been to the fancy OpenAI office. I've talked to people with big titles there and all of that. And we're working very directly with them so we can bring you whatever it is that comes out that's really useful for all of you. We just want to make sure that we've got access. And then just in terms of like what you guys can bring to them, we think it's really important that your voice gets heard because, we don't think we're like the experts in talking to OpenAI. We know that you have a lot of great ideas. So if we can bring these people to our events, I think it gives you a lot more of a voice, which you should have anyways, and allows you to get a platform with them. So that's why we do it. We just think it's a benefit for you.
I found it very beneficial,
That's
for
just Red
sure.
Bull.
I mean,
I hope you know that.
I found it very beneficial, Sean. I mean, the presentations that the engineering team did from OpenAI was a
I
great
thought
session.
so too. I thought so too. I was impressed as well. And then again, by the way, events at GoHighLevel.com. Any feedback you guys want to give, any speakers you want to see next year, like we're really excited to do what you want us to do. You tell me who you want to see, and we'll figure out how to make it happen for you.
Thank you.
Well,
Sean,
I
I'm
want to
gonna
bring
jump
it.
in. I got a question for you.
Sorry, go for it, Ondi. Sorry.
So at what point so it seems to me that a lot of your focus is on product today. Would you say that's true versus sales and marketing?
Yeah.
Or is it the other way
Yeah,
around?
because I'm a product guy. I'm a product and engineering guy. So I don't know how to sell or market.
So who was responsible for sales and marketing out of you, Varun, and Robin?
Oh, definitely Robin for sure.
And today, if you could speak for him, what is his attention on? Is it still sales and marketing, or is it on product?
Oh, I mean, the problem with Robin is he's too good. So we make him do darn everything. He's like our chief operating officer. Now, to be fair, we have a head of marketing. So he works with that person. That guy's name is Wesley, and he's amazing. But like, if I personally want to know something sales and marketing related, I will go to Robin first myself. He has his pulse on all that.
So at the C-suite level, where is the majority of the C-suite level attention? Is it on sales and marketing? Is it 50-50, or is it on product?
Well, Varun and I spend a lot of time on product. And Robin spends about 25% of his time on product and 75% of his time on operations, and sales and marketing. Although sales is a funny one for us. We actually don't think of ourselves as having a sales team. The closest thing we have is like an affiliate team. We do have an affiliate land team these days, so that is a quasi sales team. But it's funny because they call and say, "Hi, I'd like to give you money," so it's like a little bit different. But ultimately, it's but he owns that team, so it's like Austin is affiliate, both land and expand, and also some other stuff, and then Wesley's marketing, and then Robin sits above both of those folks. But I mean, we don't really operate. Just to be fair, we don't really operate like a traditional C-suite. Like I don't have like a defined set of roles and responsibilities, and Varun doesn't have those. Like we roam all over the place. I mean, Varun roughly owns dev, and Robin roughly owns this or that, but we're always getting in each other's business all the time, and we roam across the org all the time because we all three together want to see the best outcomes. And if we feel like we can add something to some place, we go and do it. We don't wait around.
Last question here on the KPI that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
If the product team or whoever you give KPIs to, are you giving them coaching if they miss their KPIs?
Well,
Or
they
are
have
you
a boss, right? They have like a head of product. And I mean, at some point, so it all depends on where you're at. Okay. So like as a realistic thing, like you could sort of take a snapshot in time, but if you think, but these things evolve, right? So early on, we didn't have any KPIs and early on, we didn't have any product managers, right? So like, as you bring people in over time, you sort of like, you give them a lot more leeway at different points because you sort of like, if there wasn't KPIs before and I just give you KPIs, it's like you kind of need some time, right? And then just so slowly over time, you're kind of like turning up the heat. And so at some point, you're like giving them coaching because you're like, well, this has only been happening for a couple of quarters, maybe, and this is kind of a new motion. And it's not really fair to ask them to like go from just because the biggest challenge for us, right, was like, how do we get just a product manager who can take a list and run it down? Like, you don't have to think, you don't have to like be creative. I'm going to tell you what to do, and you're going to go take it to the team and you're going to make it happen, right? That was motion number one. And once they were really good at that, then it was like, okay, now how do we get them to make their own list? And that was a new motion for them. And then from there, it was like, okay, now you're making your own list. Now, how do you make sure that the list you're making is actually a good list versus a bad list, right? And so it was over time, a lot of this stuff evolved. Now, today, if you walked in from the moment you looked at the job description, it probably says, hey, you will be held accountable for KPIs. But we also have levels of product management now too. So I would say probably across the board at the highest of levels, if you are a head, whatever they call them, top super duper product manager, like you better have your game face on. Otherwise you're going to get fired. Like there's no coaching for you. Like, you know what you're doing, you know what the objectives are, you know where you're supposed to go. And if you can't do it, sorry, like you're at the top of that product. Like you're the leader of that product. You better do that job. It doesn't mean you have to be perfect or anything. Don't get me wrong. We're not like nuts, but you can't be like way off in the woods doing stuff no one wants or cares about, or the execution of it can't be terrible and you put out something that's a piece of garbage. Like those things will get you fired at this point. But again, it's a continuum, to be fair. So you gotta, if you're thinking about this from your own org's perspective, you gotta realize where you're at in the run, because you can't go from nothing to like you're fired because you made a mistake. You really have to be super gradiated, and you have to do it slowly over time. And if you do, I think there's a cool trade-off, because you do, as you bring up the expectations, you also bring up the level of freedom you give. And for the right people, like it's amazing. You'll attract real winners that way.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We're gonna give the mic to Charles. You were next.
Yeah. Sean, great to see you as always.
Hey, Charles, thanks for everything, man. Your feedback's awesome.
Appreciate it. Well, and that's, I'm a product guy. I love product. But one of the things that I really feel has been super special about HighLevel is the town halls. Everybody knows I love some town halls.
I love the town halls too. They're awesome.
From the beginning, starting out 2018, it was a handful of people kind of going over updates, ideas, and it's, grew into a monthly call, and then it grew into a 1 day, a product a day, a couple times a week. Now we're up to 2, almost every day of the week, as the product is just getting bigger and bigger. There's more to talk about. There's more updates, refinements. And it started to pick up attention. A lot of us are pushing people to these town halls.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that, by the way, because early on I was wondering, do we just get a bunch of super experts in there, and then do you end up having to be careful? Like you get people in there who are super nichey, and then you have to tell your product managers like, well, be careful, because just because that person says this one thing, you don't necessarily want to build that, because maybe it only works for them. So I'm glad to hear that more and more people are going.
Yeah, and that's kind of around my question. So as the product keeps expanding, we're already up to 2 calls a day. Obviously, this takes time away from devs, product managers, miscellaneous people on the team. But it's been such a great benefit. From what I've seen, interactions I've had with product managers and devs. How do you see this expanding as the product continues to get larger? Do you see this expanding maybe into even something else where you have, okay, these are the people that we feel like they best match our thought process through these town halls. We've watched them, we've listened to them in town halls, and now we start to create these little advisory panels maybe for that are just about one particular part of the product. How do you see this expanding? Because obviously at some point we've got to, maybe change it again.
There's never been a master plan, and there probably never will be. So I'm open to all things. I couldn't have told you before we had the town halls that we're going to have the town halls. So the answer is I have no idea, right? I think the current structure as it stands is actually very scalable, because as the product splinters, the product managers will splinter, and you'll get, like you said, more and more calls. But as far as like advisory panels and things like that, what I don't have a personal answer on, and that doesn't mean somebody else on the team doesn't, or you don't, or other people, but I've long heard this idea, and like it's like one of those ideas in life where when you hear it, I think it feels super obvious on its face. But then when you really have to think about how to implement it, it becomes chaos, because first of all, who picks who and why and when, and then who's losing and who's winning, and people who lose get upset and they complain. And then did you pick the right person? Because maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought they were so smart and they weren't, or it's like on and on and on. So, and this is, I get this criticism of like our ideas list and all of that. And it's democracy and meritocracy at its best. It's messy, right? And I'm not saying there's not a better idea. I just haven't heard one yet. I would love it if I could get more concise answers from a smaller group of people who somehow just magically knew better. And and the funny part is I'm certain they exist. I just don't feel confident personally how to in sifting through all people and saying, oh, well, now you're the CRM expert or whatever. And I will say, and again, this is the personal failing of mine. Like, I've been fooled before. I've had people, back in the day, like at first it used to be like the loudest person in the Facebook group would win. Man, we built a lot of stupid stuff because of that. And then I would have people show up to these town halls, and they would just like bang on the counter, like, I've been in CRM for 200,000 years, and this is what you are missing, and I can't believe you idiots, and da da da. And then we went out and built it, and then we would ask them, oh, by the way, okay, we built it. So how many customers do you have again? I'm like, oh, well, I don't actually have any customers yet, you see. But you're like, what the heck? So
I needed that so I could get customers, Sean.
No, I get it. I get it. So I've been fooled before. And again, I'm not saying this is a bad idea at all. I'm just saying I'm not smart enough to figure it out. So for the moment, we'll just keep kicking on. But again, I'm also not as genius as I must appear for all of you. I am not the sole decision maker in my company for a very good reason, because I'm not a genius. So all things are possible. You just have to be willing to sort of like put yourself in our shoes and say, okay, how do you choose winners and losers and do so in a really good, methodical way? And how do you maintain it and scale it outside of what's currently being done today? And if we can find a great answer together, then I'm game. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I just want to commend, on how you guys have rolled that out. I mean, town halls, I think, have been so instrumental in so many things.
I love them, right?
It's funny. I just want to commend, on how you guys have rolled that out. I mean, there we go. I see that.
I love them, right?
I just want to commend, on how you guys have rolled that out. I mean,
that's not a me thing.
That's not a me thing either.
That was me. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. So, but I love how, there's been feature rollouts or things that are upcoming, and they bring it up in a town hall, and of course you see, maybe several of us are like, oh yeah, no, that's a horrible idea. Don't do that.
Yeah.
And here's all the reasons, because we do all come from different backgrounds, different experiences, all different use
100%.
cases. And so I just love how much you guys really take to heart what you hear in those town halls. So it's good to know that's
thankful
not
that you
going
guys show
anywhere.
up and help, by the way. I mean, I'm just as grateful for all of you, because again, I think even like the ideas board, if you think about it, like there's only so much you can convey in a block of text, right? And Loom videos are great and all that, but as you can see, the team wants to ask questions or inquisitive. They're trying to learn from all of you, and so the fact that you show up and take your time, I have massive respect for that.
Awesome. I think Jared, you wanted to ask something as well, right?
I did. Hey, Sean, Jared here.
Hey, man.
Sean, it's interesting, right? Because when you look at all these agency owners, we all have our different challenges, and everyone's business is at a different size, and then those challenges change. You know, they might get bigger, they might get smaller. And I think a lot of people would benefit from hearing how HighLevel faces some challenges, or what challenges they might be facing, and then how they overcome those from a strategic point of view.
Sure.
Because I think that everyone can take something from that.
Got any examples?
Well, I want you to lead that one off, because I certainly wouldn't know the challenges that you guys are facing. But, you know, I know coming into November now, some of the things that we're going to be seeing is retention being one of them, because, you know, typically now it's coming into the end of year, people start looking at budgets, looking at ways to do cuts. That's just one thing from an agency point of view that we see.
Sure. Yeah, well, I mean, you should tell them that they're nuts to go anyplace else. You got the best deal in town.
Yeah.
But, gosh, that's interesting. I'm sure we have challenges all the time. I guess I just think we see a lot of we try to see the opportunity, I guess, in a lot of those challenges. So I don't know that we sort of see them so much as a challenge. The question is, like, how do you just create the opportunity out of the thing? So, like, you know, and we're very incremental in how we do it, and we're not very structured. And I think that flexibility makes things that do come up feel a little less heavy. You know, like, we're getting sued by a couple of people. You can go look at it. It's all public and stuff. That's a real bummer when that happens. But then you learn, like, wait, you know what? It's actually an opportunity, because some of these people, oddly enough, are doing it to get your attention, not because they're accusing you of something so that they can get you on a call, so they can try to get you to do a deal with them. It's very weird. I don't get it personally. It's not how we behave. But when you start to kind of see those things a little differently, they can go from, like, oh, that sucks, to, like, oh, well, wait a second, you know, how can we work this out in a different way? And you know, and sometimes, you know, you just have to be like, no, thanks, not interested in doing a deal with you, and we'll just have to fight it out, and you're going to lose this anyways. But, you know, at the end of the day, it also could become an opportunity. Like, you know, it could also show that, you know, certain people behave differently, and some people respect that and some people don't. So, you know, I think for us, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I know what you're looking for. I'm trying to think of a challenge I have. I'm sorry. You know, again, like, it was really challenging, like I said earlier, to give up a lot of my previous roles. It's always challenging, like, when people I still get hurt feelings every time someone says you suck in the Facebook group. You know, so that's a challenge for me. You know, learning how to, I would say, but I do that a lot. I learn how to, like, take the punch in the face and turn it into an opportunity, because I often find that people get angry not because they actually think you suck. They just are, like, hurting, like they have they're like, you've caused them some difficulty, or they're running into some difficulty. And the opportunity there is, if you sort of, like, you know, like, cry in the corner for a minute, like I do, and then you come back and you're like, okay, wait, how can I help this person? It's amazing how lots of those things can very quickly shift into, you know, maybe they just didn't understand something. You get them help, and then all of a sudden they're really happy, and, you know, you feel good because you've helped them. Sometimes people even apologize for being jerks. Is amazing, you know, and we're all like that. You know, we're, like, all human. We all do that in our own place. And so, I don't know. I mean, there's lots of structural challenges, you know, like trying to figure out how to do a better job every day. It's super incremental. And we definitely have setbacks all the time. Like, you know, where you're hiring, who you're hiring, how you're training, you know, is the AI chatbot doing a great job for customers? Yes, no, you know, like, you know, did we under deliver on something? You know, how did that bug happen? How did that outage occur? You know, those things happen. But I guess what we do is we just sort of take them on as a challenge and work the problem and try to figure out how to get around it and how to get over it. But we don't really, I don't know, we don't let it set us back very long, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I've always liked, is the adaptability, because even when we had the SaaSpreneur in Sydney, you know, and we had Q&A, there was probably about 5 or 6 things that people like, it would be great if this was a thing that was sorted out, or it'd be great if this could be done.
Yeah.
And then you guys are like, yeah, cool. We'll have a look at that. We'll get it sorted out by the end of today. Done. You know, and to have that kind of connection even like separate to the challenges. Having that kind of floor to have that conversation is fantastic. I know I had some issues with some phone numbers going incognito on me on my account, and then tagged in a few people, and within a few minutes we had people dropping in DMs, emails, and things like that. So I definitely see how you guys jump in there, and it's just great to hear. I think that, regardless of size, you're going to have your challenges. It's how you look at that, and then turn that into an opportunity, which I really like how you've highlighted that.
Yeah, I mean, we're super fallible individuals. Like, we're just as human as all of you. We screw up all the time. I mean, and you guys are super smart. So like you'll pin us dead to rights, a lot on a lot of those issues. And but we're also just as happy to say like, oops, but we do care a lot, and we do want to fix those things. We want to do a better job. We want to be as error free as possible, and not so much because like we care about that stuff, because we're not necessarily those people, but we respect the impact that it has on you and respect the impact it has on your customers. So that's why we take it super seriously. And we have lots of like super fancy like cybersecurity people now, and legal people now, and all kinds of people that do things that I have no interest in, but I think are important. So I hire them. I write the check. I support them. I let them do their thing. There's lots of stuff I'm not a big compliance guy. I know you probably figured that out by now, but I get that a lot of you live in places where compliance is really important for whatever reason, and we want to drive harder on that stuff. I mean, we're putting a ton of money into whatever that SOC 2, and then data, whatever it's called, putting your data in your country, all that stuff. Like, we're taking all that very seriously, because we know that you guys get meetings with regulatory folks, government agencies, things like that, where they're going to die on that hill, and we want you to be able to win those contracts. So we do work very hard on that stuff, and we do care a lot about it. So, but we don't really, I guess, when you feel like you're working every day in a partnership with your customer, I think it changes the conversation a bit. Like, we just feel like we're getting feedback, right? Like, we just feel like we're ever improving. We don't really feel like we're like delivering an end result and then expecting you guys to say, oh, that's perfect. we expect to deliver something that hopefully you asked for, and then to get feedback on that so we can improve it and make it better. So for us, maybe a lot of that feedback doesn't necessarily present itself as negative. So it never really feels like a challenge. So maybe it's a little bit of a mindset thing too.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep. Awesome. I was going to say on that data, I live in Canberra, capital of Australia. There's all the departments, all the government departments, and pretty much majority of small businesses here, small to mid-size, they all have government contracts. So that's a problem, right?
Yep.
Because they have requirements like they need, the big one is Microsoft. They usually say, we need everybody to be on Microsoft when it comes to email stuff. But also in general, even that aside, it's the data being in Australia. So
oh yeah. Don't worry,
yeah,
we are painfully aware, but we are also on it. So the team is working on it right now. I don't know when it goes out. I don't know if it's Q4 or Q1 or whatever, but I'm sure there's a town hall on it. Or if you want, you can bug Varun at GoHighLevel.com. But it is something the team is very much working on, and Varun actually is spending a lot of his own personal time on it, just to make sure that when it gets done right.
I'm not worried. I tell you this, I hear from some customers like, you guys, you don't have this, in our HighLevel version or whatever, when I'm pitching to businesses, like, you don't have this thing. You know what? I stopped caring about that, because it's always just a matter of time.
Well, there's that. And honestly, I always tell people, look, do not get into a feature fight with your customer, because you're never going to win. Because if they bought anything that has that feature, they're going to feel compelled to go to the mat on that, and you're never going to win that argument. Plus, it just puts you in this weird situation where you're telling your customer they're an idiot. It's just better to talk about outcomes. Be like, and it's ironic, because on almost any other vocation, no one ever does this. You're not like, okay, Mr. Remodeler guy, do you use Makita tools? Because if you don't, I refuse to let I have some Makita tools in my garage, and they're the best. Like, no one ever says that crap. They just want the outcome. And I think if we focus on that as practitioners, we are going to get much, much, much farther than focusing on features anyways. So like, that's my advice, but you are right. We will eventually have it all.
Awesome. Look, I just want to check in on time. I know you said initially you only had 20 minutes, and I appreciate you still being on. So
yeah,
can we have you for a little bit longer? Yeah.
I think I've got five hard minutes.
Okay, let's give it up to Priya. Priya, you were first, then you go Cece.
Sure. Hi, Sean. Just a quick question. So we
Sure.
went global this year with different SaaSpreneur events. So I want to ask, what's your personal favorite out of all the global event?
Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. I refuse to answer that question.
Yeah, Sean, what's your favorite country?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
See,
Um,
I mean,
you
this
know
is
what?
one room where I get so many
I will.
Aussies.
I will tell you though.
I love that
I will tell
question,
you.
Priya.
Well, I will tell you, I have had amazing experiences in all of them. And if anything, what it tells me, I want to go to more places. We have team members in the Philippines. So I went there for an extended period recently, the last couple of years, and it was awesome because I got a chance to kind of go behind the scenes with them and actually see a little more of the city and the history and all that. And there's a really killer fort. Well, there's like a cool fort there. And if you haven't gone there, you got to go. It's all part of World War II history. It's really neat. But at the end of the day, like what I would say I learned is how unique. I've traveled a lot, but I think when you travel for business and like just what you learn putting your feet on the street, it's just impossible to explain to people until you've done it. So like, you know, when we went to Australia, it was really interesting to me to see how many people, like the whole Buy Australia concept is really big there, but it doesn't feel like nationalistic per se. It's not like a personal thing. It just feels like it's historic. It's like we all got thrown on this island together, and if we don't pitch in and if we're not all like working together, like, you know, bad things are gonna happen. So we need to like be a team. And so I didn't realize that as much. And so so that was cool. And what it really shows me is, and we're working on this, but we're going to deploy a lot of international offices in small and large parts all over the place. So the UK, Australia, probably the Philippines, like all over the place. We have a Dubai office opening soon. And these will be small teams that they're not designed to, you know, grow a dev team or grow a big, you know, customer support team or whatever, but just having local support, because I can see the value of that as we become more international. So we can be on your time zone, speak your language, help you out, you know, faster and better, and just do a good job, support you at events, things like that. So we'll definitely be more and more international in a very big way in 2026.
Yeah, that you pretty much answered two and the second and the third question yourself. What was your plan for 2026, and what was your learning from Global 2025? Was going to be my follow-up
there's a
questions.
big world out there, and there is no business we can't help together with all of you. And so, you know, we are throwing a lot of resources into. It's not just payments, but it's taxes, it's language, it's all of those things. And I also think having more regional support will help with all those little things. I mean, everyone in their own culture knows all the little things, and you can't even name them most of the time because you take them for granted. But when you have people that are local, they get it. And so, you know, we really are all in to do that, so we can help support all of you in your efforts locally, not just in the U.S.
Thank you so much for that. I know it's
No
really
worries.
challenging to come to the land down under, so we love to see you next year.
I can't wait. It was amazing.
Priya, I'm excited for your event.
Yes, Andy, let's do
Ooh.
it.
Yeah, where's it at?
We're planning in
Oh,
2026.
okay. All right.
Yeah. We're getting all the Americans to Australia next year.
That's a hard thing to do. It's a long flight, but it's worth it. All of you who are on the fence.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Do we have time for one more question? Michael,
more
do you have a
question.
sorry, Cece? Yeah, go. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just really curious because I mean, first of all, thank you so much for being a human, Sean. I mean, you're one of those guys that I really look up to in terms of managing like such a huge company. I mean, you have this big company, you, Varun, and Robin, yet you still manage to reply to people like personally, DMs, posts, everything. I'm curious, like, do you actually set an hour a day to just talk to your users? I mean, I'm just wondering how you're able
No,
to
I'm
do
not
that.
like that. I'm super unorganized. So I'm very much living the moment. I just try to prioritize. So like I'm always like customers first, right? And then, you know, and then release notes after that. And then, you know, like, and then anything else after that. So what I try to make ample room in my day where there's just no meetings allowed internally so that I can just be ad hoc and help out. Because I would say my biggest role, so like I will tell you, I am so lucky in so many ways. Like I have the absolute best customer base to serve in the world, and I have the most amazing team who wants to serve those folks. all that happens is sometimes like as they're trying to like get together, like, oh, there's a little miss right there. And my job is just to pick up that miss and like bring it back together. I have never I almost never, I can't even think, like I never see someone do a bad job on purpose. And I know that's kind of weird to say, but like we've all gone into like restaurants or something where sometimes like a bad day and they're like a real jerk to us. Our team, like I'm just telling you, just us, it's like a very rare, if never happens kind of thing. And so when things go wrong, it's just like, oops, either my team doesn't understand the urgency of the issue. Oh, like, hey, guess what? My entire business is down because of this. It's not like something I can wait a week for or whatever, right? And it's just a miss somewhere. Or someone will say like, oh, here's a new feature, and people are like, no, that's not what we're talking about, man. And so my goal is to jump in and fix that issue immediately to try to connect it, but then also to then double down and say, okay, well, what happened here? Because I know there were great intentions on both sides. Like, why did we not do a good job for you? So for me, that's like, that I would say if someone says, what's my job? That's my job. But the way I do that is I just try to keep like as much room open in my schedule so that I can be available for people who are in that situation.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I really, really am so grateful for you to do that. But I think as founders and CEO, why do you think it's important to like connect personally to your customers? I mean, you have a big company. Like, why do you still connect personally yourself?
I don't know. This is just how I come. I don't know. Aren't we all like people? I hate people who think they're too important. Those people piss me off. I've always hated those people. I hated those people when I was a nobody, but I will also say I had the opposite experience. Like I got to meet all kinds of really cool, amazing, highfalutin people when I was, when I had zero connection, zero anything, and they made an impression on me. Like I was, and many of them helped me get here. And so I'm just like, how can I not pass that back to other people? Like I feel so fortunate to have had all the help I've had, because I mean, I didn't come from a family with entrepreneurship. I didn't even know what the word entrepreneur meant. My mom was a mechanical engineer, single mom, only child. Like I didn't, I love my mom to death, but she was not, like if I said, hey, I want to start a business, how do I do that? She had no clue what to tell me. And so I had to seek help elsewhere, and I got help from some really amazing people along the way. And like, to the extent I could pass any of that on and help people, I feel super lucky to have that opportunity. So I just feel lucky to be here.
Thank you, Sean, and see you in the
Yes,
Philippines.
thank you very much. And on to the more important and smart people who actually know how to do stuff. But thank you for having me. It was great to be here, and I'll see y'all later. Bye for now.
Thanks so much, Sean.
Take care, Sean.
Thank you. All right. Awesome. Well, that was amazing. I don't know about you guys, but let's bring it into the room. We're going to take a small commercial break shortly, and then we're going to dive into all the new epic announcements with all of these legends. So stay tuned. We're going to go for a small break, about 4 minutes. This will give everybody an opportunity to take a toilet break, whatever, and then we're going to dive into all that epic stuff. So without further ado, let's have a break.
Hey guys, it's Gary here from MyCRMSim. Quick question for you. What if you could get set up and start sending iMessage blue bubbles through HighLevel for less than $1 a day using your iPhone? Well, now you can. With MyCRMSim, it's fast, it's easy, it's ridiculously affordable to get set up, and you can be sending iMessages today. Check us out at mycrmsim.com and we'll show you how.
You may not realize this, but for the last 2 years, I've had a secret weapon that has made running my business inside of HighLevel so much easier. You see, there is so much that HighLevel can do, which is amazing, but it's a lot of work to stay up to date with it. And even more so if my customers are asking me questions about it. And this is why I'm excited to announce that our show is officially part of the HLPT Creator Network. This is HighLevel Pro Tools, an organization that I've been using to run support for my customers, as well as give me a ton of awesome epic add-ons that make running, launching, and differentiating my SaaS inside of HighLevel so much easier. Now that they're an official sponsor of the show, they've done something pretty bloody awesome. If you go to hlpt.com/experience, you can get one of their incredible tools absolutely for free. No purchase necessary just for being a listener on the show. So head over to hlpt.com/experience, grab that free tool, and I promise you this is going to improve the conversion rates on your page. Check out all the other stuff that they offer and tell them that Pete sent you.
Running an agency is tough, especially when you're buried in tasks that pull you away from growth. That's where VA Hub Pro comes in. They're one of the few VA agencies I trust when it comes to helping me find quality talent for my business. From GHL integrations to closeboard, account managers, and executive assistants, VA Hub Pro plugs into your business like an extension of your core team. Personally, I've been using them for 3 months and it's been transformational. My VAs are pros. They show up, know high level like the back of their hand, and help me stay in my zone of genius. And just for the high-level experience listeners, they're waiving the $297 onboarding fee. If you want to focus more on growing your agency, go to highlevelexperience.vahubpro.com and grab your slot before they're booked out. You know what's wild? There's a smarter way to grow your agency and help more local businesses without adding more stress. That's what HighLevel does. It's your all-in-one sales, marketing, automation, and AI system. No more duct taping tools together or paying for 20 different subscriptions that barely talk to each other. I've been using it for 5 years with my own white-level version, Stand Out from the Park, helping Aussie businesses like Dimitri, a Canberra electrician, who now runs his jobs, quotes, calls, and follow-ups with our built-in AI employee. If you're an agency, HighLevel lets you do exactly that. Support your clients in new ways while building stable, recurring revenue every month. And if you're a local business, partner up with somebody who knows your market and your industry. If you're in Tasmania, my mate Jared from Boulder Digital, for example, has you covered. If you're in Canberra, that's my turf. Check out standoutfromthepark.com.au and we'll get you sorted. The point is, there's probably a high-level agency or SaaSpreneur near you. We're seasoned marketers, tech-savvy super nerds who love helping local businesses grow. We're global, we're connected, we're high-levelers. Now, I've got something really special for you guys. I've negotiated an exclusive 30-day high-level trial that's double the usual just for you. Sign up your agency through GoHighLevel.com/vid or upgrade your existing plan, and I'll hook you up with over $3,200 worth of bonuses, resources, templates, and snapshots I normally give to my private clients only. So whether you're scaling an agency or leveling up your business, start with the right system. GoHighLevel.com/vid or team up with your local SaaSpreneur and let's make business simple again. One platform, one login, no duct tape, just results.
You be muted, Vit.
You muted, Vit.
Rookie mistake, huh? All right. Hopefully you guys had a bit of chance to refresh yourself, because now strap yourself, guys. You're watching as well on YouTube. Strap yourself too. We're going to dive in into all that good stuff. I feel a bit more refreshed thanks to HighLevel. I had an opportunity to snatch 3 of their drinks in my luggage, and this thing, I don't know what they put in there, but it's bloody awesome. All right. So, you're here with me. I'm not here alone. And so let's dive in and have some fun. Make sure that you guys have your camera on so that everybody can see you. I'm going to just remove these non-video AI assistants. They will stay on the call. It's just no thumbnails. So cool. Nathan, great to have you here, mate. You did just join in. Awesome. All right. So here's how we're going to do it. I've categorized it into like, let me see, there's like 83 features. So we're going to have a rapid fire. Some of them will stay a little longer. Some of them will stay a little less, right? Some of them are like little tiny things. So we have groups, AI and automation, CRM and contacts, SaaS billing and sub accounts, and then there's another bunch. So what I've done, just to stay on topic, I've grouped them and we're going to dive in straight into the big one, AI and automation. And so I'm going to bring my thing in here, and then we'll bring it into the chat. So let's kick it off. The first one is AI. So we're HighLevel's introducing an intent-based routing in Agent Studio. What does it mean? So intent-based routing in Agent Studio uses AI to analyze callers' intent in real time and automatically route the call to best suited call agent or department. This leads to faster resolutions, improve customer experience, making support more scalable and intelligent for agencies. What I'm curious to know, what you guys think about it. Feel free to unmute. Let's dive in. First one, Michael Placido. Let's go.
I might be taking a bit of a curveball on this one, but just looking at all these different features and the amount of features that are being unlocked with this AI, it's really making me think that we have to start really prioritizing how do we actually launch these features and how do we actually get them to our clients. And one thing that is really big with the AI is that it's able to now start taking control of your workflows. Like it can tag things, you can have it start workflows. And a big thought that I had with the whole AI studios, I'm thinking like, we want to be able to give your automations in your snapshot, give that power to the AI so the AI can control more of your account. So the big thing is I love the AI part, but it's actually making me think that we need to also then focus on the snapshot and how are we building our automations so these AIs can have more control while they're in the conversation with people and launching things. That was my biggest thing on it's like that AI, it's getting close to being able to manage our accounts for us. And doing it while on a call with somebody is crazy to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to somebody yesterday. I said, I'll give it 6 months with MCP service right now, be able to talk to them. I mean, shout out to Lucky. He was showing me that he's just built his own front end for MCP. That you can speak to it and it'll do stuff. I give it 6 months and then it'll just be where AI actually does its own decisions and handles it for you. So you actually never have to really do much and just focus on your services. But I might be wrong, but I feel like that.
I think it's also designing things so that it'll be easier for these MCPs and easier for AIs. Because a lot of people I've seen behind the scenes about thousands of accounts, and people often just build things in a kind of scattered shot. So these AIs, it's hard for the AIs to parse through all that when everything's a spaghetti mess. So I think it's going to be really separating the people who can use HighLevel or the people that are able to better structure their accounts, better structure their snapshots so that the AI can then use it way better. That's my thoughts. Michael, man, I'm sure you're thinking about that.
Yeah, for sure. I've been in the agent studio for, about 4 months now, roughly. And when I first got into it, it only had like I think it had 4 tools total. And I equated that to like going to Home Depot and buying a barbecue grill and, you take it home and it's missing parts and there was no manual to put it together. So that's kind of how I equated it to, because there was no help documents. There's nobody to call. They threw me to it and said, figure it out. So I went at it systematically. The first agent I built in there, and basically you could build self-sustaining agents in there. So I built a content creation agent, which is basically, analyzes YouTube, pulls in the scripts, and basically writes the, video, goes to HeyGen with avatar, B-roll, music, and posts it to the social media planner all on its own. Then I said, you know what? I want to take this thing to the next level. So I built 11 agents in there already. One is like a client onboarding agent, market research agent, lead nurturing agent, client success agent, lead generation agents. So that's what it's going to take the workload, I think, off of everybody here. It's a pretty powerful feature for sure. It may not be for everyone because there's a bit of a learning curve, but I think if somebody grasps it, they're going to really take advantage of maximizing on this particular feature. I'm kind of blown away with it.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing up some use cases as well, because that's important. There's a ton of great features, but it's easy to just look at it and it's like, well, that's just the technical bit. It's important how we actually bring it and relay it into a plain language for business owners, because really that's where the magic happens. That's when they get it, it clicks, they sign up on your version of HighLevel and you support them and everything is awesome and everybody wins, right?
Hey, Vit, the biggest thing too, honestly, and I'll turn it over to Charles. He's got his hand up, but basically, one of the huge feature sets here is that it's going to be integrated with every other piece of HighLevel. So to me, that's, amazing. That's the big benefit. It's like a synergistic effect. 1 + 1 = 3. So that to me is the killer part of the whole thing. Charles?
Is that amazing or is that not scary? Sorry, Charles.
It's amazingly
no.
Well, yeah, Charles is a little scary. Yeah, I agree.
Well, and so I think kind of touching on, and Michael very softly hit this, but one thing I think is really important for people to realize, especially with this agent studio, is self-restraint. You have to find the use case. Don't just go in there and start building like crazy. I mean, all of us on this call, we've seen this time and time and time again. New feature comes out and we watch this agency get totally derailed. And so I think you really have to find the self-restraint in this. I was on a call with Michael the other day, and it's funny, you can do all these amazing things with Agent Studio, and I always try to look at some of the features. I'm like, what's the simplest way that I could actually create and sell a product or service based off of this new feature? How can I strip it down and use it at its very core and create a sellable offer? And I told Michael, I was like, think about how many times we hear of companies, and I was just in a group chat today that was talking about it. They have intellectual property that they need to be able to get out to their employees, to their internal staff. All this documentation and quick answers, for offering support to their customers. We'd love to be able to use a large language model. The problem is it exposes that IP to the entire world. Well, now in Agent Studio, coupled with Ask AI and with the integration with the knowledge bases, now you have a sellable solution that literally all you have to do is spin up an agent with one module, the knowledge base, load all your IP into that knowledge base so that it has all those documents, all those training assets, all those FAQs. And now you've just created a huge asset to these companies that can't afford to go out and build a localized model to protect their IP. And that's an offer all in itself. And it's literally just taking the smallest pieces of it and leveraging what they've been able to provide. And that's the power around constraint. And that's kind of what I mean by that is, yes, you can go do, I love what Michael's doing with it, doing all this original content, taking, what's trending, turning it into content and generating it through different APIs and MPCs. But it's really have the constraint to know what your customer needs and deliver on that service or product. It doesn't mean you have to blow the whole feature out of the water, use every bit and piece of it. Think about what you can deliver. And that was one of the things I loved about the Agent Studio. Coming from the corporate world, I was like, man, boy, wouldn't that have been nice to have, several years ago.
I literally posted about that, taking documentation. I think we're in a spot where AI is the target of your documentation now and not humans. And that is something that every single business could use, because how many people are reading those documentations? How many people here love going through HighLevel's documentation? No. How many people want to ask a question and have it actually get answered? So I think making AI systems or documentation systems for companies so that the information actually can get out there, man, that's my big bold prediction for 2026, or right now. I think we're in that spot now.
Absolutely. Speaking of documentation and snapshot, we actually have a couple of slides on that, so we'll get to that. In closing, on this particular one, I just want to say what you said, Charles, is having the ability to keep our proprietary and have a bit more control, I think is going to be even more important as the as we go in time, because more and more businesses are going to be using these different tools. And now that Michael, I had you on the interview, a couple of interviews back, you talked about, you're big on it as well. Because at the end of the day, you do want to make sure that if you're putting your time and effort and your intelligence into something epic, I think it's important that you keep it buttoned up for sure. Now with that, let's go into the next one. So what is the next feature here that's pretty epic is, let me bring here, drum roll please, conversation AI. So we have now enhanced smarter prompt logic, and I know we kind of went on some edge cases. So what I like to do is let's just see if we can stick to that particular feature release. It might be my OCD though, so feel free if I'm wrong on this spot. That's just kind of what I'm thinking here. Just go really rapid fire. So let me talk to you about this one. If you guys watching, conversation AI now features improved prompt logic, content handling, AI-driven responses sound more natural and on topic with better understanding of user intent. Agencies leveraging AI for chats and lead engagement will achieve higher conversion rates and provide prospects and customers a more human-like experience. Anybody like to chime in on that? Just like raise your hand up. We can just chime in on that for a minute. All right, we got Ryan. Awesome. Let me just bring you in, mate. Let's go.
Yo,
What you got, mate?
Can you hear me?
Good, mate. Yeah, great to have you. Yeah, I can. Yeah, great to have you here, mate.
Am I going to be joined by anybody, or is everybody too scared?
It's all on you, mate. You're in a spotlight.
This one annoyed me a little bit. I spoke to Karan back at, and Charles, you probably have multiple conversations with Karan a week, but I know of a lot of third-party applications that were well ahead of the game in sort of conversational AI before HighLevel started to catch up. And there was, a meeting that me and my team had with Karan and the conversational team. And, we were expecting, I guess, bigger things from the summit release. So this is just I'm not like here to bag it or anything. I think the updates that they made were good. A couple of things that I think are missing was simple things like being able to have an autopilot agent be specific to a contact that's been tagged, right? So you just can't do that, which is insane. Like, why would I want to turn on autopilot for SMS if my agency's having manual conversations with somebody? And then I'm like, hey, like today I've already got 500 ongoing conversations, but now I want to turn an agent on autopilot, but it doesn't know which ones it should take control over or doesn't. And that was meant to be in the product weeks ago after we met with the product team, and they ended up getting it in. I thought that was crazy. They didn't improve that. And there's also the lack of history. So like when we in the real world where we see a lot of the conversational AI being deployed is for database reactivation. Like a lot of people still are in that database reactivation world where it's just like, give me a list of 5,000 people. I'll build you an agent. It'll go and chase people up. The handoff, when you get the outcome, is here's the history of the conversation. Like here's all the things that were said and here's some context. Now voice has it because it's to take a transcript from the conversation. Here's I can understand context about what this conversation was about. Here's the history. But again, conversational AI, you can't like go into an action and say like at the end of this conversation, which could be multi-channel, started on SMS and then it went to email and then it went back to Instagram and then it went to WhatsApp or whatever it might be, right? But at the outcome that you wanted me to achieve, it's almost like a goal, I guess, right? When they eventually get to like the flow builder or whatever, maybe it'll get there. Or maybe they're waiting for that before they start adding these things in. But you can't say, well, I reached the goal, which is to book the meeting or whatever. And the reason that I booked the meeting was because all this stuff happened and here's the history. So that's just my 2 cents. And I was thinking maybe Charles might have he might have wanted to weigh in there a little bit. Charles, I was hoping you would join me in this little debacle here. So
I think we had Chris raising hand. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Chris. Hey man.
Hey Ryan. I think Charles might be able to give you a more technical answer, but I think that what's really important for anyone thinking about AI, and I think a lot of us on this call probably are thinking this way, but we really have to keep that customer journey front and center. And that's how you deploy the AI. Like you're talking about collisions here with automations, AI bots, or whatever it's going to be. And that becomes worse, right? Because we're very familiar with AI, as are our customers. And because of the speed that AI is able to move at, our customers understand that. And so now they get frustrated faster because their expectation is higher that this is something that's been built versus a human who we're all prone to error. And so, we can read the person, we can talk through, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that, or whatever it's going to be. We can do that. When we give up these really key important moments where a customer is asking a question, or if I'm having a conversation with you, Ryan, right now, and then suddenly an automation kicks off and sends you a text that says, we don't want you as a customer in the middle of closing it. This is going to be just joining. And a lot of the messages that don't explicitly say, we don't want you as a customer, they actually do when I'm having a connecting call that's showing empathy regarding a situation, and some random message just goes firing through into that customer. And they're like, yeah, I don't know if you guys really culturally get it. I
Yeah.
feel like you're just trying to automate everything, and I feel like a number. And the people down the street who don't have AI, yeah, it just feels a little more human. So I say that like when we're thinking about these, they can quickly become toys. They can quickly become spam if it's not anchored in empathy and writing the customer dream. So
Yeah. One of
I
the
agree 100%.
limitations, yeah, I mean, one of the limitations, I mean, there's three major limitations, which is the ability to turn it off in the event of like someone becoming irate, upset, or whatever without you ever saying anything, right? Like we've deployed this to hundreds of Australian clients, right? And the Australians are like, leave me alone. Do not say one more thing. And in HighLevel's AI, it's like you have to go back and say, sorry, I won't say anything else. You can't just stop. You still cannot do that. They didn't release that. They also didn't release the ability, like if it's like, if you haven't heard back, follow up in 3 days or something like that, auto follow up. But if they've booked an appointment, it's not even context aware to know that like 3 days ago we booked an appointment. And then the bot comes in and it's like, I haven't heard from you. What's going on? They're like, guy, like I booked the appointment. This is AI. Cancel the appointment, right? I've literally had to throw out high-level conversational AI and put in like Bryce's system and a few of the other really cool third-party systems, not to bash HighLevel. I'm not here to bash HighLevel. Of course not, right? I'm just saying some of those things, and Charles might be more abreast like what's coming up. But it's like, why didn't they include those simple mechanisms in the release? It's kind of baffling to me. Anyway, not trying to be negative. I've been doing the AI stuff for the last like 3 to 6 months, and it's like every time we do a real world scenario, some simple things like don't message me again ever, right? Like unsubscribe, don't message me again. You can't turn it off. How do we only isolate the autopilot to be on one conversation just by like a tag or something like that? Can't do it. So, Charles, I'm really dying for you to weigh in here.
I'm gonna plug in Michael here as well for more perspectives. But go, Charles, mate.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, I totally agree with Chris in the aspect that we can't release the human aspect to this, no matter where AI gets. And it's funny, I was telling a couple of people this the other day, and maybe it's just because of my internet traffic. I'm looking at AI all the time, but I don't know about anybody else. But I have seen more commercials geared towards, are you tired of calling the company and getting put onto AI? Are you ready to talk to a human? Do business with us. It's so funny. You know, we're sitting here pushing and slamming AI all the time. You know, let's do it. We want it. And then you've got all these massive companies out there that are like, guess what? We don't use AI. We want to talk to a real human, do business with us. So I think it is, and I say that to keep it in perspective. And this goes back to, you know, what I was saying before and what Chris was talking about is you have to find the right fit. Just because maybe your primary offer is voice AI or conversation AI in this case that we're talking about, doesn't mean that it's a fit for every single business. There are businesses that it is a good fit for, and there are businesses that it is not a good fit for, and you need to be able to identify that as an agency, as a provider, and you need to have the wherewithal and the respect of that business that you're talking to say, you know what, based on your clientele, based on your service or product, I really don't feel this will grow your company. I feel it may actually hurt you based on your demographics that you deal with. And I think that's just as much as it is important to understand this technology, it's even more important to understand where it fits and where it doesn't fit and what demographics this works well with. In some cases, sorry to say, IVR might be the best solution based on that demographic. Of course, we've been dealing with IVRs a heck of a lot longer than we have AI. But the other part of this, I mean, they did come out with the agent flow builder back on, I think it was 14th or 15th, they released it. And it does allow for a lot of this customization. You get into, you know, you can really start to narrow down your trigger, especially with the advanced workflow builder. You know, you've got a lot more options to control the actual flow and the exit of that conversation. To Ryan's point, you know, picking up on that intent of that phrase or the intent of the overall conversation, all that, the flow builder has really started to open up that door, because there are actions specific to the flow builder that you won't find in the agent builder itself, and you won't find it in workflows if you're trying to do it the previous way that we were having to do it, to try to take some control over it. So I think HighLevel is doing a good job of trying to get there, but it's tricky. Do you make it so micro controlled that it's almost impossible for most people to go in and utilize? And if you've ever been on a town hall with me, I don't advocate for agencies, because honestly, guess what? You're probably not you're not the majority that's using the platform. End users are. And so I always try to look at it from an end user standpoint. It's like, this is great, but if we overcomplicate it too much, then an end user can never use it. And it just gets beyond the scope, and we start to see usage go down. But I think there's a lot of things coming. I know they've got additional logic coming in. They've got rich communication services coming in. They've got MCPs coming into the flow builder for conversation AI. And I think this all goes back into that enhanced, smarter prompt logic. You're going to see all this start to incorporate. Yeah, his next slide, new knowledge sources, support, and quality upgrades. I mean, there's a lot that's coming on this roadmap, a lot that's already been released. And we've just got to get in there, try it out, forget what you know, and go in with a fresh approach and say, okay, here's the new flow builder. Let me scrap what I thought I could or couldn't do and start off with a fresh plate, fresh mindset on it, and start to really see what they have released so far this month.
Charles, thank you for that. Would you be investing in agents today for real world businesses, or would you be waiting for the flow builder to mature?
I mean, honestly, I was pushing it into real businesses before the flow builder when it first came out. And I think, again, it just goes back to finding, it's not a one size fits all solution. You have to be able to look at a company and look at the particular use case that they want to execute it in, and say, okay, is this a good fit or not? It doesn't matter how far advanced this gets, there's still going to be use cases where it is not applicable. Either it's demographics that are.
Oh yeah, no, but I guess yeah. I'm being very specific about this. They said that they would release these features. They didn't, right? So is it because you think that they're going to wait and put them in Flow Builder because that's the next generation of conversational AI? Or are you saying you don't know?
Well, Flow Builder's here. Flow Builder's here. It is released.
Is that for voice or conversation?
Conversation.
And yeah, it has all the same functionality as agents. As in the agent.
Yes. Well, yeah. So the unique thing, and a lot of people look at Flow Builder, and this is interesting, and I'll let Michael speak to this a little bit more, because I think he's definitely spent a lot more time in the Flow Builder than I have. But one thing I will say, when you first go into the Flow Builder, you're like, oh, this is workflows. It's not workflows. It is the Flow Builder. And the UI may look similar, but it is a totally different animal. And one of the biggest things that they solved, one of the biggest problems I saw before, when we were trying to do a pseudo Flow Builder in workflows, the problem is you could not leverage a knowledge base. You couldn't leverage an agent. You were basically starting, every time you pulled that in, you were starting from square zero, which people loved it. And I'm like, you guys are insane. Like this is craziness. Like there's no basis to fall back on. Now this is the big advantage with the Flow Builder, is you can take your knowledge, you can incorporate knowledge bases, you can incorporate your agent, and then expand on it with the Flow Builder. And I'll turn it over to Michael, because he's definitely spent a whole lot, but this goes directly into that enhanced and smarter prompt logic, because it rolls into triggers and how these are effective. So Michael, please.
I mean, basically just a little bit of an overview. Essentially right now we have the Flow Builder. You could build agents, conversational agents a few different ways. We have the Flow Builder, big step forward. We have the new workflow builder, the advanced workflow builder, big step forward. I would say hold on to your hat because the current flow builder is going to look a lot more like something that we already have. So, and then also, I think that what you're going to see is that you're going to see memory across the board. So somebody's going to be on a voice call, the conversational AI will know that. I think one of the unique things is you may see it where somebody sends an email and both of those other agents will know it, know what was sent via email. So you're going to have universal memory across the board. So that's pretty powerful in my eyes. The other thing that one of the things stepping back and looking at it really globally from a 360 perspective, maybe, like, why didn't this get released? Honestly, I think that the development team was strapped for time. I mean, right now they have 40 people on the development team on the AI side. By December, they're going to have 110. So they've already added 2, I believe, developers for the conversational AI already. I work with them almost every day. So essentially, you're going to see a lot of things rapidly be developed and released. So I would just hold on to your hat because I know on the voice side for sure, it's going to be an exciting quarter, fourth quarter for sure. So, I mean, I would just hold on to your hat because integration is going to play a big part in that. Like, for example, as Charles said, well, the flow builder on the conversational AI side, it's not really the same actions as the workflow builder. Well, you're going to see that happen. You're going to see all the actions from regular workflow plus some that are specific for conversational AI come to fruition. So I would just hang on because it's going to be exciting.
Now, we're talking about it, and I think what might be useful as well is if I share the flow builder, since this is such a huge topic. So let me see if this breaks anything. If I hit this button, oh yes, this will work. Okay, so give me a second. I will do this because I think for context, it's useful. I think this is because it is a little bit buried as well. It's not that straightforward to get to it. So if you guys haven't seen it yet, here is the new flow builder. Commercial break. And just keep on talking, guys.
Are you talking about the conversational flow builder bit?
That's right.
Okay, yeah, and that's going to get a significant makeover here very quickly.
Chrome browser.
I just think it, with the release of it, even the first, of course, typical high level fashion, this is the skateboard model of the flow builder. And I think that, what we're already seeing in there has already started to open up doors. And as, Michael stated that, they're quickly ramping up this department. They're really pushing heavy into this. And I think in a very short amount of time, we're just going to see this explode. And you're going to be able to get into those micro use cases, very specific. I think, like Michael said, memory is going to be a huge part of this. So
with respect, these aren't micro use cases. These are just everyday use cases. Turn it off when someone says, stop talking to me. Don't follow up if they've already booked an appointment. Only have an autopilot on a conversation you want to take over. These are very basic things. Karan already said that he was going to ship those features. He didn't ship those features. So I was thinking, and my question to you guys was, again, a very simple question. Do you think that they're going to ship new features into agents, or are they going to start focusing on Flow Builder as the new evolution of conversational AI?
Two different features. I mean, 2 different teams working also. So Agent Studio has a completely different development team than conversational AI, and the voice team is totally separate as well, all under Karan, obviously, but I think you're going to see more. I know for sure you're going to see more agent features coming out because I requested a few that I think that they needed, and I know they're working on those. But I think also on the conversational side, you're going to see a lot more features released as well.
Yeah.
So I think you'd be in the next month or 2. I mean, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The reason I say it is because its skateboard model is great, but when you've got customers asking for it, trying to give you money, that doesn't you don't get money for that, right? You have to revert to a third party or revert to a different solution whilst you're waiting for them to build a plane. So, if you're doing 10, 20 AI installations a month, come back to me and tell me if you got a conversational AI as it stands without Flow Builder doing real world stuff. Anyway, Vit.
Yeah, so I was just gonna as we're talking about it, I'm just gonna bring it into the view, guys, for you, so you can have a look at this, because I think it's important. So let me bring this up. So if you've been in where did my go? Here. So how do you find it? Is in your account, guys. You gotta go in AI agents, hit the conversations AI tab, and then creating a bot now gives you that new option to create a flow builder. Right now, it's free until end of December. After that, I think there's some. I haven't looked into it. Is it usage based, Michael?
Well, some of the actions are, but you're paying well, it depends on the plan that you're on too. So if you're on unlimited, you're not paying, AI costs are different. They're running specials now. Oops, hold on one second. So yeah, there's there you go. So yeah, it depends on the plan that you're on. And also they're running some specials. The payments right now, they have a document in the help docs that tell you what specials are running and how much the stuff costs. So I don't really talk pricing. So it's somewhat confusing to me. And then they went to token-based pricing, but really what is a token and how many tokens are you using? So it's a little complex. On the voice side, they built a little widget there, a little, you mouse over it and it tells you how much you're getting charged. So it's a little complex, but I just don't talk pricing. So.
No, that's cool. Yeah. So at the face value, what it looks like, it's a similar like a workflow builder from the UI perspective, but you've got a whole different array of the triggers, different options here. You can plug in custom apps as well if you do work with third parties. And then in the actions, again, you got a whole bunch of stuff that is starts to get into that similar space like other vendors. So I mean, it is exciting. But I mean, I get your point, Ryan. I mean, I get the frustration because sometimes we can feel the like the world doesn't stop and the innovation goes really, really fast and competition is catching up. So it's kind of, I get your point. It's like, I want it now because like if I don't have it now, they might go somewhere else. So it's that, right? But for that, this is why we got third-party vendors like Claudesbot who are way ahead in that, right? It doesn't mean that we have to kind of go somewhere else to do it. Does it suck? It does. Is there an opportunity for us to capture some market if we do that? Yes. So I guess that's where it's at, right? Let's go to the next.
Sorry, Vit, before you go on to the next, I think one of the things to think about and remind yourself in terms of if we step beyond this roundtable and those who might be listening, for many of us who've been in the tech industry for a long time, we've probably heard this term, but I think it's important to remember that if you're on the cutting edge of technology, you're going to bleed sometimes, right? And when you're talking to your customers and them understanding that we're in AI and pricing models are changing and integrations are changing and all these things are moving, like literally on a month-to-month basis, things are changing. It might make sense for some of those customers to just take a step back. You don't have to be on the bleeding edge to still be using AI. 9% of the population is even aware of it. And still have great impact for your customer base and drive growth or retention, whatever your goal might be. I think this is the time that probably this is our role to kind of help people understand that why don't you let us bleed for you and we're going to let you know when we feel like you're ready because we understand you to deploy that thing. And that's why I come back to customer journey. And a lot like what Ryan's saying is that there's these precious points that we can't give to AI right now. There's other stuff that's meaningful and admin that we can. And I think that's probably how we need to route these conversations with our customers so that they understand that, step one is we can get rid of noise, and that's going to unlock more time for you to have human connections with your customers. That can't help but drive growth and aid retention and certainly improve culture in your company. So I think, sorry to kind of go off on that, but I think it really is going to be important for us that we're in the weeds. And we're going to have to remind our customers who really, really want it that, hey, like there's a trade-off here and we're all going to get there together and we're your best partner to get you there. But do keep in mind that these things are changing like week to week, month to month. So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, that's bringing that human aspects because it's so easy like for us to get nerdy. And like you said, we've been at it for a while. So our our bar is way higher than, like you said, what the businesses actually appreciate is way less. So that's, yeah, thank you for that comment. All right, so let's dive into these other features that are on this topic of AI and automation. We kind of covered a lot of them, so I'm just going to fast track through this because there is like 88 features, and I am more of an excited guy. Like I'm all in. But I don't know if we're going to be, I'm also very ambitious, and I don't know if we're going to smash it all through in this session. We might have to go for like bloody 5 hours, but so I'm just going to fast forward and just going to mention these and just explain what these means for those of you guys watching. If we have anything to add to those, we'll add, and then we move to the next category, which is, let's have a look here. The exciting one, which is the day-to-day, really. Using the system CRM in context, with some really cool stuff there. So new knowledge base sources have been waiting for this. This is now available. It's really exciting. You can now plug in a lot more stuff. You can plug in documents. You can, I believe, tables are there. But let me just read this out. So conversation AI can now be trained on additional knowledge base sources, documents, FAQs, website data, and now provides more natural context-aware replies. Agencies and customers can build smarter AI assistants that lead to more accurate engagement with leads. This makes a significant improvement in ad-driven communication, enabling more intelligent and useful conversation. So there is, if we look at real quickly at the help articles, by the way, HighLevel has done, I'm not going to try and like replicate it. They've done the work for us. Okay. So if you head over to, let me just bring it up here into the view, HighLevel, I should have had that opened up. All right. This is the one. So if you go to highlevel.com/post/level up -2025, or just put this in a Chrome browser, you'll be able to get to this article. Hopefully you haven't been living under the rock. You know that HighLevel has released a ton of new features, and they have released this article pretty much the day when the Level Up Day, which was on Tuesday at the summit, went out. So this, whatever we're not going to cover, it's not humanly possible, let's face it, to go through every single thing. I wish we could, but time is precious, right? So definitely dive into this for more. But I just wanted to have a really quickly look up the knowledge base. So
hey,
feel free
while
to
you're
chime
looking
in
that
there.
up, I mean, one of the things that's not really in that article is they changed the back end of the knowledge base, meaning they're using a different AI product now, which is tremendously different than previous. It went from like number 15 on from a level, it was like number 15 as far as like number 1 being the best. It was down like number 15 as far as ratings go. Now it's at number 1. So they've changed that with their partnership with Google. So that's huge. But also this is conversational and voice agents are using the same knowledge base structure. So before, you're building a restaurant menu, now you could do it in a table and do pricing. It's scraping websites a lot better now. So it's going to be a lot more precise. Now, the downside of that is, when people are putting things in the prompts and then conflicting with the knowledge base, that's where I see a lot of problems, where they're having conflicting information. They wonder why the agents aren't doing what they say. But when you dive into it, it's a conflict between the knowledge base, which is extensive, and data they're pulling from a website that may be outdated, and what's in the prompt. So some things to think about.
Michael,
That
you
is
find
definitely
that by moving stuff into the KB and getting it at a prompt that you're getting a performance spike? That's been my experience.
Basically, you're going to get a little bit of latency there. I mean, because you're doing basically like an API call, basically. So you're going to, depending on what you got going on, they did also increase on the voice side. They increased the prompt size to 3,000. I think it's 3,000. Somebody told me it was 4,000. I think it's 3,000, but I could be wrong. But I try to keep everything in the prompt itself to eliminate that. Realistically, I built, I think, 2,500 voice agents so far, roughly. And I think I've only used a knowledge base maybe probably less than 5% of the time.
The other thing is you can plug in more than one knowledge base. So here's where that problem can escalate to, right? With the conflicts with the data. So that's another important one to point out, is if you are connecting more than one knowledge base to an AI agent, make sure you manage both. Interesting thought about that one. Like, have you found that use case, like creating more than one knowledge base?
Yeah, I mean, I did one
Yeah.
for an electrical company where they wanted the whole national electrical code in there and was used for technicians internally. So it wasn't for external customers. It was just for their technicians. Say, hey, how far does this fuse have to be from this, or how big is a wire for this? So their electricians can call it up and say, what's the code? So we have all of those broken into separate knowledge bases, in each chapter. And it did pretty well. I mean, it was pretty much spot on. They couldn't believe it.
Yeah. So it's
See,
kind
and
of
I
like
think that's
one
a
knowledge.
great. I was just going to
Sorry.
say, see, I think that's another great example of finding the proper use case for the business.
Yeah.
It's not customer facing, it's internal facing. And they're getting a ton of business, they're saving so much time, saving so much effort, saving themselves a ton of costs on training and everything
Liability.
else. Yeah, I mean, it's just another great example. So I appreciate you bringing up that use case.
I agree 100%, Charles. I think when we think about it, and I keep coming back to that human interaction, but when we expect a quick answer, we expect it. When we ask something that we know would take us 20 minutes to look up in a manual, we're going to tolerate, 5 to 10 seconds of getting to that spot for us, right? So, if we keep that in mind, that's where we get that tolerance stuff, and that stuff can set in KB. The stuff that needs to be instant, yeah, it's got to be sitting there not ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, even that electrical code, a whole entire NEC was in there. And I mean, I would think it would be like less than a second they were getting responses, and detailed responses, like fusing stuff that I didn't even know about, but it was dead on.
It's awesome.
Speaking of use cases, here's a really good one with the tables, which I like. If you're after, what's his name? One of the big one. He's all after car dealerships. Shout out to Michael from Australia. Anyway, if you go after car dealerships and you're trying to help them sell more cars, right? So imagine this: you could plug in a table. I assume that you could plug in a live data, so like a live spreadsheet, hopefully. So let's say you've got your list of cars, makes, models, years, colors, and what's in yard and what's being sold. If you plug that in, then the idea is that AI could then, help somebody on the call who's calling like, hey, I want to buy, do you guys have that car? Do you have that car? That's a great use case, right? With tables.
Yeah, we did that for yachts so that, yacht brokers have their whole yacht inventory, what they're selling. So it would go over the features and everything. It's pretty decent.
That's brilliant. Awesome. All right, let's look at the next one that we've got here. So that is, here we go. Bots. So bots can now respond to images. Conversation AI bots are now capable of interpreting and responding to images shared in chat. They can read screenshots, identify documents, and recognize visual content. This multimodal intelligence allows agencies and customers to offer smarter, more human-like support experiences that go beyond text, enhancing interactivity, and yada yada. I had this stuff generated by AI, by the way, when I was doing this. It extracted it all into tables. I say, hey, do deep research on all these features, drop it in the table for me by category. And then yesterday, I actually cracked the code on how you can do content in Canva. It looked pretty epic. So, but let's bring it into a bit more of a human language. What do you guys think about this new feature? Have you used it? And what do you think would be a good use case? And by the way, I've got you guys here pinned, but those that you are on Zoom as well, this is not I don't want you guys to think that this is turned into me, Ryan, Chris, and Michael and Charles show. Feel free to raise your hand up and chime in if you have, if you had some input on this.
I mean, we did one for an auto body shop. So basically damage, and then the auto body shop can give you a ballpark estimate based on damage on the photo.
That is pretty epic. How I would love to see what goes into the back end of that. How does it figure out, how to quote that, right? It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean they have systems that do it, so it wasn't that difficult. That's one option. I mean, I know like a lot of guys that do solar, they're doing aerial shots to get, size of houses, windows, window washers, things like that.
Wow. Okay. That's a very specific use case. I love it. All right. Let's move to the next one. We have multiple calendar support. So this is a big one. Again, going back to kind of where it all started, what Ryan was saying and all that, just AI becoming a little more intuitive. this is definitely a step forward. So as the name suggests, so AI can now handle multiple calendar integrations when booking appointments via workflow. AI assistants can intelligently schedule appointments by choosing among different team members or location calendars based on availability or specialization. For agencies managing various teams or locations, this upgrade means AI can efficiently route bookings, improving scheduling and flexibility. Okay, what would be a good use case here for a regular business owner? You might have a sales calendar, you might have a customer onboarding calendar, and then AI hopefully will be able to determine, okay, is it a lead? Is it a customer? There might be other calendars too, right? So that's like an example. But can you guys think about like an even more niche use case?
Well, let me say this. So this
Okay.
is one I actually laughed literally out loud when I read the release notes on this, because when I expected them to come out with multiple calendar support, I was like, oh, you know, they're going to support maybe 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. No, it's 50 calendars. Like how insane is that? Like I read the release notes a couple times because I'm like, good Lord, you know, 50 calendars, but I think it's amazing as we get into service calendars, we get into rentals and things like that. It's going to really blow this wide open. I think that's where we're really going to start to see this leveraged eventually. And but when it comes to the big thing is they've done a great job of, and I brought this up in one of the town halls. You've got the calendar itself. You can put in a title, a description, and with the support of this multiple calendars, yes, it will look at that, but you can also in the builder itself, in the agent builder itself, you can add in a custom description and you can go, because let's face it, we want to make sure that the AI is going to pick the right calendar. So we may want to provide a lot of information so it knows exactly what the purpose of that calendar is in the agent. However, we don't want that showing to the end customer because it's too much information. We don't want that description to be that long. And so I think they've done a great job of this, being able to jump from sales to service to you know, warranty, whatever it may be. Business development centers, you've got different agents, you know, remote business development centers are really taking off with AI right now. They're leveraging the heck out of it. I know in automotive they are. I've got several friends that run BDC companies remote for a number of dealerships, and now they can, you know, hook into all these different dealership calendars, switch between them, and be able to really know, okay, we're working with a multi-rooftop dealer that deals with Chrysler, Ford. You know, maybe they've got a Chevy store, they've got a Ram store, and how do we make sure that they get on the right calendar with the right department, with the right sales team? Is it commercial vehicles versus, you know, non-commercial? Is it truck versus car? And so now you open the door so wide open by having this multi-calendar integration and being able to really narrow down on that description. And one of the things I know, they haven't released it yet. We were talking about it. I was talking with the dev team the other day. They're going to make this a little bit easier on us by pulling in a AI enhancement in the calendar description in the AI agent builder. So that way we can make sure that we're putting in good descriptions so we get them to the right calendar. Because sometimes what we write might be not quite enough. And maybe we need to expand on that a little bit. So they're going to bring that capability in there. So I think it's a great release.
Just to quickly speak to the, sorry, I was just gonna say, to speak to the 50 calendars, you can imagine this in the spa space, right? So you've got multiple rooms, multiple practitioners. Booking's easy, right? What's hard is when the typical process is I want to have a spa day with my friends, and there's 7 of us, and I've got to figure all that out through multiple calendars. Then 2 friends cancel and 1 wants to join and 1's last minute. This is just painful for people to deal with on the phone. And done right, this is an amazing use case for AI to take care of, right? Because it's just going to figure it out. So I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be huge in the fitness and wellness space.
Yeah. Fitness and wellness space reminds me, me and you have to talk, right? I've got something pretty exciting. Now, I was just looking at this article. What is also really cool is they have a fallback. So, input, output, right? AI is only going to be as good as what you feed it with, what information it has to tap into. So you can already hear on this slide, you can see that what is it? Here we go. That it has the capability, so you can determine, what's the prompt, what's the like intent by the customer. So we have an example here, manicure for a beauty salon. And so the prompt here is the customer wants to book a manicure. Pretty straightforward. So you put it in there, AI can tap into it and then select that calendar. What I do like is that they did offer this option as well, the fallback. A fallback when AI actually, can't figure it out. So you have a fallback calendar. So yeah, it's going to get better, but it's already pretty exciting. Moving on, let's look at the next one here. So what we have is version 3, the new flow builder. Well, we talked about it once. I'll probably just skip past that one. We've dived into that one enough. And that one kind of deserves its all full like a webinar thing, really. New voice AI chat widget is pretty cool. So you can now actually, instead of just chat, you can actually add that final orb. A lot of other vendors had it for a while, so finally we'll have it. So what that means is you'll be able to offer people who jump on your website to speak without providing details. They can just speak to the orb. It's a hands-free voice-enabled chat experience, allows faster and more accessible support and lead capture, especially on mobile, which is true. I mean, I don't know about you, but I hate typing on mobile. I always kind of like wait until I get back to computer because I'm pretty good on like Alt-10 typing. But with my thumb, I hate it. So this is really good. And I think for a lot of other people, for businesses, for their potential customers, it's just going to add extra level of accessibility is actually also where it plays, right? Because some people just can't, they might not be able. So yeah, it just opens up a lot of doors, delivers a more human-like interaction, improves user engagement, and making customer support more efficient. Did you guys have any extra thing to add to this? And feel free to, we got Jared. Let me just spotlight Jared and Joel. I'm just going to mix it up here a little bit. Just 1 second. Give me a second, guys. So we got Jared and Joel. Let's get you guys in the room.
Oh, they got rid of everyone else.
Just
been
vanished. It up,
vanished.
mate.
Just us.
I think this is really cool, right? Because when you look at the way that we do things, text takes effort to put it together, whereas when you're using your voice, it's a lot quicker to get stuff out. So you've got quicker conversations, and then you've got quicker speed to lead, which I really like about this. So we've actually now just started letting our voice AI clients know that we've got this capability now to be able to do it. And then we're looking at this from different points of view. So, we've got a termite business where they're looking at doing a survey via the voice agent. And then we've got like lead scoring hidden behind that, so that when it comes to the final question, the voice agent then determines the severity of what that is and then puts it into play. So I really like what this is. We're still dabbling with it now and trying to work out more and more use cases with it, but it's something that I think a lot of us have wanted to be able to include.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at messages as well. There is Abdi Yusuf on YouTube saying, I got a problem on my AI voice agents. Can anyone help me, please? Yes, mate. If anybody's on that YouTube channel, feel free to respond to Abdi and help him out, please. There's plenty of legends here that can help. Joel, did you want to say anything to that new feature
Yeah, so
on that point?
what I wanted to say with this feature, this is one I'm really excited about. I feel like this voice AI widget is one of those features now that can become its own product. So if we all know SaaSpreneurs, when people get into this high level space, they get so excited about all the new features and they go and they try to sell everything to a customer. Whereas, if we've been around a while, there's literally 7-figure agencies selling missed call text back, right? One single feature. I feel like this voice AI widget is one of those singular features that you can then go and sell to a business as its own thing, right? Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff you can do in the back end of it, but if you just set up a system built around this voice widget, I think this is going to be huge. I'm excited about this one, particularly for that. And with that, I just wanted to remind anybody, if you're watching and you're new to HighLevel, try not to sell everything, right? It's all about finding what the customer's problem is and solving it with the features HighLevel has to offer. There's people out there, you don't even have to worry about all the new stuff. You can still build a very successful agency off of the back of the core features of HighLevel. But of the new stuff, I think this is an amazing one. We're playing around with this a lot, and I think this is going to be a big part of our core offer going forward.
Absolutely.
I
Now, for
agree
these
with
guys,
this 100%. Oh, sorry, Vit.
no, you go. I was just going to say, I'm just going to bring it into the spotlight, but you guys carry on and I'll just show visuals.
I really like what Joel's saying about this. And, you know, Vit and I did an episode on his podcast only last week talking about focusing on one thing and then doubling down on that. We niche by our products rather than by an industry. And it's interesting because we focus on voice AI and then we have cross-sell products available. And a big part of us making sure we're doubling down on this was Ryan, actually, when he did his speaker part at SaaSpreneur in Sydney. It's something that you always think of is focus on one thing, and you hear it all the time or read books about the one thing. But then when you actually implement it, it's amazing to see the growth that comes from that. And HighLevel gives you so many great products to actually double down on that you just find the one that works best for you. But I love what you're saying, Joel, because this absolutely could be its own product, especially when you look at what people have done with the missed call text back.
Well, exactly. I mean, this is the new missed call text back, really is that
Easy.
voice AI, not even just the widget, but just the inbound voice AI, because you don't even need the texts anymore, right? There are no missed calls. You've got the voice AI agent in there to take those calls. But I think being able to put this on the website, you know, as was being said, accessibility for everybody. People love to just chat, especially when they know that's not a human. I think there's a lot of people who are more inclined to maybe have that conversation with the voice AI over a human. You know, a lot of people don't like to pick up the phone and call, but you can chat with somebody who knows not a human. There's going to be no, you know, there's no embarrassment, there's no shame in that. So I think it's going to be a big one. You know, I'll just give you an example. My wife hates to talk on the phone. She won't call anybody to make an appointment, to order food, right? I'm the one in the house who does all that kind of stuff. But I think somebody like that might be more inclined to, you know, I need to make a hair appointment at this salon. Go onto their website, talk to the voice agent, ask your questions. You've got all of the other features behind it. You've got your knowledge bases, you've got your pricing tables, all of that stuff there. And then you book the appointment. You've got your multiple calendars in there. I mean, I think it's huge.
Yeah.
It's epic. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Let's do a rapid fire. We got three more cool little features on the AI segment, and then we're going to take a small break. So let's dive in. This next one, outbound. Hang on. Outbound calling compliance. So what is it? New compliance checks for voice outbound calls ensure agencies meet regional regulations. Before each automated call, the system verifies the contact's permissions and do not call status to ensure compliance. This reduces legal risks and avoids penalties while maintaining efficient outreach. Agencies benefit from having AI-driven calls that are both powerful and compliant by default with clear audit trails for every interaction. This one, we've been waiting for a while, and there's a reason why HighLevel has been holding off getting it out there. They wanted to get it all right, and I think they've done a pretty good job from a face value. I haven't used it fully yet. Yes, maybe some pros and cons. It's a new thing, but it's pretty good step forward. We have Michael chiming in on that. Let's bring Michael into the chat.
So,
and Joel,
I was the first one to test this feature for them, and I'll never forget it. I set this thing up. I made a call. I wanted to, because I was in testing phase, and then that was it for 24 hours. I had to wait another 24 hours to do another test call because there's no way to do a test call because they shut you down after one call to one person, you know, at a time. So I was like, this is unbelievable. We gotta fix this. You got to be able to let, you know, admins or somebody test this. And then I don't know, 3 days later, they put out that web calling feature on the right side, you know, in the voice agent area. And I said, never mind, you guys fixed it by accident because now I can test it. But you know, obviously a lot of people that I come across are not happy because they have like 5,000 contacts and they want to use this feature to do that. You know, you get 100 calls a day. They've limited that a little bit because of compliance. They're responsible for the numbers basically and reputation. You know, I put a thing out on how to convert those, you know, try to get, you know, opt-ins are a big deal right now. So you got to get people to opt in on everything you do. So the more opt-ins, the better. Right now, it's a high level form, it's an opt-in, but you're going to see them release, you know, loosen that up to add forms, payments, calendars, that's all coming. So they started out pretty strict and they're opening it up. But, right now, as far as to get people to opt in, I mean, do a lead magnet, do an email campaign with a lead magnet, get people to opt in on a high level form. And now I just did it on mine. I converted like 43% based on the lead magnet. Now you at least have half your contacts ready to go. I don't really use this for cold calling at all. I use it for proactive service reminders is the best use case for this. People that, have a scheduled event every year and you need to call them at the 11-month mark. So you have to service their yacht every year. At the 11th month, they're getting a call. That's basically how I use it. To me, I don't need it for service reminders as far as like appointment reminders, because you could send them an SMS and an email for that.
Yeah, TCPA is definitely a big thing, especially with outbound as well. My advice would be strongly recommending get your opt-ins. Make sure there's a trail there. Make sure you're able to provide proof of that you had an opt-in before you're making those calls. But I wanted to touch quickly on Joel's point from the earlier conversation real fast when we were talking about Joel gave an example of his wife doesn't like calling for ordering food, and he does that, right? So here's what I believe that we're really headed towards, and which is why voice AI for businesses is extremely important, because eventually in the near future, we're going to have something like Siri, where we're going to say, hey, Siri, call the nearest Chinese restaurant and order me this, or reserve a table for 8. And it's just going to do it. And it's going to talk to that business's AI, going to get the information, and it's going to make that happen, right? So, which is why adapting in whichever manner the voice AI works today for businesses is extremely important, because down the road, consumers that may be hesitant to utilize AI today, or businesses that may be hesitant to utilize AI today, they're going to be rushing to AI agencies, asking them and begging them, put this in my place because I'm hurting because now consumers are going to adapt that portion of it. As soon as they start loving and talking to the AI, they're going to absolutely be on board with utilizing it, because now it's making their lives more efficient. They don't have to stay on hold and wait to talk to somebody with perhaps a bad mood or not having a good day or not being able to understand the accent, whatever the case may be, right? All they're doing is telling their own personal assistant to do XYZ. That might just be ChatGPT, who knows, right? But that's coming very, very soon. And that's where the voice AI portion of on the business sides is going to really kick in and be able to solve that real consumer problem. And it won't be just for restaurant. It'll be available for all different types of services that we have available to us.
Awesome. I just
Thank you,
wanted
Brad.
to touch on the compliance stuff specifically. So we got access to this a little bit before the high level summit. So we've been playing around with it, and I went in. You have to go through just if anybody hasn't enabled this in a sub account, you have to go through ID verification. So they want to check that who's behind it. So there's compliance there, which I think is great. And what I really like is that they do have a tool when you enable it in the sub account that scans all of your forms to see if you have compliant language for opting in to be contacted by voice AI. So I love that. It makes it really, really easy if you're going to enable this in any sub account to get it ready to be compliant, to have all your language correct. It'll tell you if the language is or not. It gives you pointers on what language needs to be in there. And then it's like a one-click update, and you can update your forms through the entire sub account. So all your funnels, all your opt-ins, whatever you have, it's really simple to update. Once I did that, I actually went and tried to run myself through a workflow because there's an outbound workflow action, and it didn't fire because I had not personally opted in. So it does actually check the opt-ins, which I think is really huge. So I actually had to go and opt in myself on that compliant language before the system would even allow me to call myself. So I love how they're rolling this out. I do feel like it is a little bit strict. Again, I don't think this is as Michael was saying, this is not a cold call type system. I think there's a lot of different use cases for it, but I do hope that they, and I think they mentioned this in Dallas, they're going to loosen the reins a little bit. They're starting off a little bit more strict to keep not only us and our clients safe, but to keep themselves safe. But I do think over time they're going to loosen up those reins a little bit more.
Awesome. Epic. Thank you, Joel. We'll give a mic to Alok, and then we're gonna move to the next one.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say what Beyond was saying as well. So the founder of Perplexity, Arvind, there's a YouTube video where he explains exactly what's the future, and that's exactly what Beyond also said. Like there would be a time very soon where every business will have an agent. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg has also said that. So every business will have its own agent. An agent will talk to the other agent and do the deals. You will just be observers, and you'll just make the CEO level decisions and all that stuff. That's where we are heading up to. So what Beyond said is like, hey, one of those would be like personal phones will have Siris or Geminis, right? Based on the phone you have. You would literally just give a command. And we've seen like 3 or 4 years ago, a demo from Google where Google's AI calls a salon and, books an appointment and all that stuff. That was 4 years ago, before today. That was a very early on version of the demo, but all that is coming. That's where we are heading up to. So this is the perfect time of bringing every business on board. But I have a question for the group. So obviously outbound AI, the biggest use case which I also see, but I don't think so it's possible right now, and I may be wrong because I haven't been able to explore because I'm in Australia. Outbound is not live yet. So yes, opting in and all that stuff through the forms or the calendars is good to check the compliance and all that stuff. But the biggest use case is if you're running paid media, paid ads and all that stuff, someone's opting in through a lead form. That's an official lead opting in, right? Would that be opened up for outbound AI anytime, unless someone has an answer? Because I'm trying to find that. That is a big use case.
Yeah, that's next.
Yeah,
that's next coming. Yeah. So
yeah, because that's exactly what I see is a big.
When I first started testing it, it's still active in my account, so I can use that. But then, because I'm a little nervous to upgrade, because it's technically a downgrade, so I didn't want to tell them that. But yeah, right. Like right now, I can do lead forms. It's like a little loophole because it keeps telling me to upgrade, but I'm not upgrading. It's like I'm sticking with my old system. But yeah, you could do that. But you could get around that by just doing a form and then a calendar behind it, or a calendar and then a form behind it. So instead of running a lead form, just running to a landing page with a form.
Yeah, I mean, but that's double opt-in as well. So I mean, you'll have less conversions that way. If it's just a lead form, obviously we have direct integration with high level leads coming in through the API. So I see that as a big use case. Or could be just a qualification call which goes out right away and all that stuff. So yeah, this is a great feature for many use cases.
Definitely. Now, Ryan's saying Bayan has first-hand experience on his other business with the pizza restaurants. I think that would be really cool if you wanted to chime in. And then we're going to move on to the next feature. Is that cool if I spotlight you, Bayan?
He's muted.
Is Bayan still with us?
He silently agreed.
Yeah. All right.
Silently agree. Let's do it. Okay. Let me just spotlight you guys. Let's bring Bayan in. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, I have HighLevel's native voice AI for quite some time now. Ever since I want to say November, December, January, that time period is when I started originally testing it. When it came out last year, Level Up when they announced it, and slowly rolled it out. Now it's at 8 of my locations, all 8 of them, and it's been working really well. It helps answer lots of questions. It's reduced the number of calls that the staff needs to answer directly. It provides the customer service level questions, and it battles with some of the spam calls as well. We get a bunch of calls related to, we want to verify your Google business listing, this, that, and the other. And those calls just don't get transferred to the staff, and the staff doesn't need to run to answer those, and they can continue doing what they're doing. So, having firsthand experience at multiple locations, I can strongly vouch for the fact that the voice AI product is worth a try. And it solves real business problems.
Since you've applied it in your pizza shops, I know you had them for a while. How much increase have you seen in a business growth?
Sales wise, so what it's not doing right now is it's not taking phone orders. The phone orders are still being transferred to the employee, and that's because the lack of integration with Toast. We use Toast as a POS system. The AI itself is capable of taking an order, and I've tested all of that, totaling the order, and through custom actions, even shipping it off to like a spreadsheet or something, wherever you wanted to have it go. But in order for my stores are high volume, so I can't rely on sending it via email and then having them check on the order through an email. So it needs to go directly to the POS, and then the POS needs to be able to print in the kitchen printer as well, so that the kitchen staff sees that order come in through. As soon as that integration is available with Toast, I'd be the first one to jump on that and solve that problem as well. Now I can calculate real ROI based off of order volume that it's taking, instead of just saving time for the team. The ROI is already there just because what I've been able to see that it's able to do for the business directly. Now we're talking about just the pizza stores, but I also have a security company where we've used the voice AI as an after-hours answering service agent, and the previous to that, we had irregular, your standard after-hour answering service available, which roughly was about $1,200 to $1,500 a month of cost to us. Now that's been replaced for well over 7 or 8 months at this time with the AI agent, and the AI agent does a phenomenal job. We've had no complaints, and there's no hold times, there's no call drop-offs during the time it gets transferred to an agent as well. So overall, it's working really, really well.
I used to work in a busy pizza restaurant because my background is a chef by trade, and every Friday we would do about 500 pizzas. They had a massive beer garden, one of the biggest places here in Sydney. On shout out to the Oaks Hotel in the Neutral Bay. And I can tell you, when you get that many orders, all you do is just focus on efficiency in the kitchen, just getting it out there. I can't imagine if I had to check an email. So I totally understand what you're saying. And if you connect it with the print like that, literally, I was in front of a bench. I had my ingredients and making the pizzas, and that printer would just kept printing, and then somebody else would just slot those those orders in front of me, because you don't have time for anything else. So you're onto something there, and thank you for sharing. Over to Charles.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
and on that point, you asked about, how much is this adding to your profit line? Are you doing more sales? And the first thing I thought about, I was like, shoot, forget the sales. How much happier are all the employees? How much how much more productive are they? Because yes, it may not be, oh, we're getting more sales, but if they're being more productive, if they're happier, I have less employee churn, and which training costs is getting more and more expensive. Every new hire, it seems like that dollar per hour just keeps going up every time you have to hire the next person. And, so if you can keep them happier for longer, if they're not having to sit on the phone, answering, yes, we have this. No, it does not have that topping. Yes, it does go with your diet plan, or what, answering all these questions that people that have nothing better to do than call in and ask a million questions, they're able to stay happy, stay productive, lowering your overall cost of operations, which leads to the same thing. So I think I just wanted to throw that in there. That's not, sometimes it's not always on the front that you see it. Sometimes it's in the back, in the operations side, how much happier you keeping your employees, your team members, and increasing that productivity.
Yeah, and I mean, just imagine that you've got, we're putting ourselves in a real business scenario, and as the day-to-day operations running, somebody's perhaps, doing something, completing a task, and then the phone rings that they have to drop whatever they're doing, go answer the phone, and they come to find out the customer just wanted to ask a couple questions, didn't want to place an order yet, and all they had to do is, hey, are you guys still open? or do you have XYZ pizza, or do you deliver, or Google listing wanting to verify as spam call, right? Now they don't have to worry about all of those calls, and there's a lot of those calls that come in that are just questions that could be answered by the AI agent. There's a lot of I should check on this particular stat to see how many total calls that come in. Of those, how many of those calls are actually transferred to the store, so we can see deflection point, how many calls are being deflected by the AI. That would be a good stat to check on.
Awesome. We got Lucky and Alok. I'm going to get them in the room shortly. I just wanted, before I drop you guys, I just wanted to say, hospitality business, tight margins, right? For a lot of restaurants. So that is really the real opportunity here, like you're saying. So creating efficiency, helping those restaurants keep more money in their pocket while making the life of their customers, chefs. I tell you, like, working in the kitchen is no easy feat. It's stressful as heck. Alok, Lucky, thank you guys for being on. What you got?
Yeah, man. I'll just a quick one. Again, trying to rephrase here, but it's not direct revenue which you'll get from those AI agents in the restaurant industry, especially, or any industry in that sense. But imagine you're a customer and you want to order something, but where there's only less staff here, especially in Australia. Staffing is a big problem, I'm guessing, in many countries. But you want to place an order as a customer, and the waiter is literally busy on the phone answering stupid questions. So it's the experience as well. So like that waiter would be more free now, and he would be able to attend the customers more in the dining area, right? So it's the better experience, means more reviews and more referrals coming in, more people walking in because they're having good experience and all that. That converts into revenue. It's not the direct impact from the agent. It's just the indirect what they get by implementing an agent, and how the business changes, the whole experience changes, right? So all that is just intangible benefits of having an agent in. So I just wanted to touch base on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that point, Matt. Makes total sense, because just before I head over to Lucky, I just lost my train of thought. The experience. Yes. So this just brings up the importance of how do we explain the value of what we're selling? Because sometimes it's like, it's not the direct thing, it's the indirect thing, right? And so, yeah, good point. Lucky?
Yeah, look, I would totally agree with that. Like, we've had a outbound AI voice for probably a year and a half now. I'm super excited to see GHL's brought it in. We will just transfer straight over. But the intangible benefits of AI, and especially around this voice and everything GHL does, has been game changer. Like, we use it to update clients out on construction sites. We use it to shuffle things like when people call in sick right at the last minute, they can ring up rather than having to speak to the director or their actual, boss. They can talk and say, look, I'm sick. So rather than having those worthless conversations with our staff that say, and tell us little white lies, I kicked my toe this morning, they can have these conversations, and you can really, utilize this sort of interface. It's been game changer, and I'm not a very technical person, but I created some MCPs and so forth, and gave it through to some of these people that aren't technical out on sites and in different locations. And that's been a massive change, because now they're not feeling intimidated by this piece of technology that we know as GHL. So look, it's been a great experience to be able to implement that stuff. So yeah, just resounding what everyone else is saying, I suppose.
One thing I'm curious to know, though, is like the big thing is with change management in an organization when you try and incorporate a new thing. What I wonder is, like, when you were bringing it on, how was it received initially?
Yeah, look, I mean, like anything new, I think, you always have your lovers and haters. I suppose what in our business model, it's all very much about, if you implement this, what the kickback or how's it going to help. So we just focused on what the benefit was. And I didn't necessarily give everyone an opportunity to say no. It was just more a fact of, let's get in this and love this thing, like you guys, jump in line and we'll all do well together out of it. But you have your lovers and haters for sure.
Absolutely. Let me bring Michael into the room, and then I'm going to move to the next thing. I keep saying it. So thank you, Lucky. Michael.
This is super. I'll keep it a $1.50, man. One thing to keep in mind, I heard this recently. Cars used to be all manual transmission. And then somebody said, we got this automatic transmission. And everybody said, no, I like to keep that feel of the automatic. I actually prefer a manual transmission and keep it control. And then people actually tried automatic transmission. And now nobody really actually cared about manual transmission all along. It was just our built-in preferences. So right now, yes, a lot of people are going to be resistant to these AIs. So you have to expect that you are selling to the people who are ready for it. But there's going to be a point, it might be months, it might be years. There's going to be a point where people grow up used to the idea of talking to an AI as a tool. And that when that shift happens, the people who are practicing it now is going to benefit later. So yeah, AI is not for everyone, but soon you won't have to worry about that.
It's going to be easier. The adoption is going to be easier. I went to BNI this Wednesday. One of the local plumbers was there. He's just switched over from ServiceMate over to Service Titan. They're going big on AI too, right? The job management platform. And this was the first time, and I've been there for a year, but somebody started to talk about AI. There was a few little hints, some people using AI to create their little 45-second pitches, whatever, and having a bit of a giggle like, AI did that. But he literally stood up and said, we've gone all in. We've incorporated Service Titan. We're all in on AI. And his pitch was, and if you want to work with a local plumber that is cutting edge, speak to me. So it is happening. I'm noticing it more and more. And I think because the problem has been explaining it what it is. And look, I've been struggling, and that could be also maybe how I explain it. But I've been trying different things, and so far it hasn't really hit the mark the way I want it. And I just think that's just the market. It's still like kind of apprehensive.
Start with the fun stuff. Start with the fun stuff. Tell people like, hey, if you have a problem with their service, yell at our AI for a bit, and then get it all out, and then a human come in. Anyway, I don't want to get to the next topic. I don't want to take us down another side quest.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, so let's go, and then we're going to take a short break. So I've got 2 more AI features that are really exciting, and then we're going to wrap up this whole AI automation. And I think it was a good thing that we did as a first thing, because this is the most exciting and the most impactful. So there is like 88 features, by the way, and we're only scratching surface on the first 10. So I don't know how far we're going to go. I've got another 2 hours before I got to go and do a shoot some videos for my clients. But let's go in. Email. Best time recommendation in email marketing campaigns. Super straightforward. Let me show you. So what this does is in your email builder, when you send it out a campaign, you now have this cool little thing that says Smart Send, and it'll just give you a recommendation, and then that's it. Simple, effective. So check it out. Next one is the auto refresh of knowledge base. So this should have been part of that one, but so we already talked about how knowledge base is now, you can plug in all the other cool stuff, tables, all that stuff. We covered that. What is good about this one is you were up until this point, you were able to do FAQs, and you were able to plug in, like, get your website scraped. Great. The problem with that was, and I think Michael hinted at that, it's like if the information is incongruent, then your AI is going to be out of whack because it's tapping into that information. But if your website's been updated since, for example, it's a problem, right? Well, now with this new release, you don't have to worry about it. The AI will automatically check, auto refresh itself based on those train links. And I think this is brilliant because for us agency owners, if you got many sub accounts and if you roll these things out, having to keep an eye on these things and manage these sub account, it's a lot of work. Even if you have VAs, it just opens up a lot of room for missing that. So that just takes one headache away. And with that, I just wanted to let me just do this real thing because I don't do it enough right now, but I just wanted to tell you guys here on this call, I really appreciate you. You're still hanging out with me, and it means a lot to me because you're all running agencies. You got stuff to do. I've got stuff to do. The fact that you're still here means that we're doing something right, and I really appreciate you. So with that, because I appreciate you also, make sure that you take a small break. We're going to put a little commercial break to thank our sponsors of the show who make this show possible, and then we're going to come back. Give it like 4 minutes.
Hey guys, it's Gary here from MyCRMSim. Quick question for you. What if you could get set up and start sending iMessage blue bubbles through HighLevel for less than $1 a day using your iPhone? Well, now you can. With MyCRMSim, it's fast, it's easy, it's ridiculously affordable to get set up, and you can be sending iMessages today. Check us out at mycrmsim.com and we'll show you how.
You may not realize this, but for the last 2 years, I've had a secret weapon that has made running my business inside of HighLevel so much easier. You see, there is so much that HighLevel can do, which is amazing, but it's a lot of work to stay up to date with it. And even more so if my customers are asking me questions about it. And this is why I'm excited to announce that our show is officially part of the HLPT Creator Network. This is HighLevel Pro Tools, an organization that I've been using to run support for my customers, as well as give me a ton of awesome epic add-ons that make running, launching, and differentiating my SaaS inside of HighLevel so much easier. Now that they're an official sponsor of the show, they've done something pretty bloody awesome. If you go to hlpt.com/experience, you can get one of their incredible tools absolutely for free. No purchase necessary, just for being a listener on the show. So head over to hlpt.com/experience, grab that free tool, and I promise you this is going to improve the conversion rates on your page. Check out all the other stuff that they offer and tell them that Pete sent you.
Running an agency is tough, especially when you're buried in tasks that pull you away from growth. That's where VA Hub Pro comes in. They're one of the few VA agencies I trust when it comes to helping me find quality talent for my business. From GHL integrations to CloseBot, account managers, and executive assistants, VA Hub Pro plugs into your business like an extension of your core team. Personally, I've been using them for 3 months and it's been transformational. My VAs are pros. They show up, know HighLevel like the back of their hand, and help me stay in my zone of genius. And just for the HighLevel Experience listeners, they're waiving the $297 onboarding fee. If you want to focus more on growing your agency, go to highlevelexperience.vahubpro.com and grab your slot before they're booked out. You know what's wild? There's a smarter way to grow your agency and help more local businesses without adding more stress. That's what HighLevel does. It's your all-in-one sales, marketing, automation, and AI system. No more duct taping tools together or paying for 20 different subscriptions that barely talk to each other. I've been using it for 5 years with my own white level version, Stand Out From the Pack, helping Aussie businesses like Dimitri, a Canberra electrician, who now runs his jobs, quotes, calls, and follow-ups with our built-in AI employee. If you're an agency, HighLevel lets you do exactly that. Support your clients in new ways while building stable, recurring revenue every month. And if you're a local business, partner up with somebody who knows your market and your industry. If you're in Tasmania, my mate Jared from Boulder Digital, for example, has you covered. If you're in Canberra, that's my turf. Check out standoutfromthepack.com.au and we'll get you sorted. The point is, there's probably a high-level agency or SaaSpreneur near you. We're seasoned marketers, tech-savvy super nerds who love helping local businesses grow. We're global, we're connected, we're high-levelers. Now, I've got something really special for you guys. I've negotiated an exclusive 30-day HighLevel trial that's double the usual just for you. Sign up your agency through GoHighLevel.com/vid or upgrade your existing plan, and I'll hook you up with over $3,200 worth of bonuses, resources, templates, and snapshots I normally give to my private clients only. So whether you're scaling an agency or leveling up your business, start with the right system. GoHighLevel.com/vid or team up with your local SaaSpreneur and let's make business simple again. One platform, one login, no duct tape, just results.
And you're muted again.
And again, all right. So because I've got this program, it auto mutes me, you see. All right. So we're back from our commercial break. Once again, thank you so much for our sponsors who make the show possible. It's no easy feat. So thank you guys. All right, so we're gonna go into the next segment, which is all about CRM management, contacts, deals, day-to-day stuff. This is what our clients should be living and breathing every day if they want to grow their business. Okay, let's face it. AI can do a lot of cool stuff. Automations can do a lot of cool stuff, but we're not quite there in a spot where you can just switch off and just put it into like a Pandora's box and hope that it does everything. We're not there yet. You still need to go. And I'm talking to you guys listening, business owners who are sign up with us, sign up with all the other salespreneurs. If you got an agency generating leads for you, there's many reasons why your leads might not convert, but there's also things that you need to do. You should be following up. You should be monitoring your CRM. You should be following up your contacts. So don't cry about it. If you got shit ton of leads and you've converted 0, there is probably a fair case that you haven't done your part of the deal. Okay. So that's enough for the rant. Let's talk about the stuff that's going to make this easier for you. Okay, so the first one is revamped list view and smart list. I've already plugged it on, enabled it on my sub accounts, been playing with it. It's epic. It just looks a lot cleaner. We'll go into some visuals in a second. Let me explain what this is. The contact section now has new list view, smart list, offering faster, more intuitive contact management. Users can enjoy improved filtering, customizable columns, and cleaner layout for speed and ease of use. For agencies handling large lead volumes, this updates, streamlines daily workflows, and reduces time spent searching for contact data. So that's the first one. I'm going to go through a couple. Let's see if we can speed things up. So the next one is add contact model and upgrade customization. So this one's pretty straightforward. I'll explain it. You want to add new contact. Until this point, you can add their profile picture, name, email, contact details. Once you've saved it, that's it. Then only then you can go into the contact and add more details. But how annoying it is if every single time you also want to collect their website, if you're B2B, some additional information. What if you could do it just from that first step? Now you can. Okay, so there's a section. We'll go into some visuals in a second, but there's a section where you can toggle on additional custom fields that will then always be there as a default when you're adding manually a new contact. The other really cool thing, which has been a bit annoying, and now it is there, is you can actually add the profile picture even later. So that's pretty epic. And then the third one, let's just go 3 at a time, huh? So the third one is multi-object task association. So tasks, great, helps you, keep your OCD sane and nothing gets missed. Well, now you can associate task not just to one contact, but let's say it's a family. Let's talk about maybe a pet grooming business. You've got husband and wife. Husband has dropped the dog. The wife has got to pick it up. So you're gonna create a task to remind them. I don't know. Remind them, hey, so and so. And so you got a task about the dog, but you can associate both the wife and the husband. Just for example, I don't know if it's a good one, but that's just explain what it is. But let me just read this out. So tasks can now be linked to multiple records simultaneously, including contacts. Also companies, you can associate a company, not just a person, or an opportunity, or even a custom object. So this multi-object association gives deeper context for follow-ups and team activities by tying one task to all relevant entities. Agencies benefit from no longer needing duplicate tasks for related items, resulting in cleaner task list, more accurate reporting, and better cross departments. So the other thing I'm going to say on this, and I'm a culprit on this as well. When I built some snapshots and I help my clients, I go heavy on reminders, making sure they get notified, making sure they get tasks created so they don't miss it. But that can also result in clients being, hey, Vit, there are so many things. I'm overwhelmed. So I like that this will kind of help tidy things up a little bit. Now, those 3 features, we got a couple of hands raised. We got Charles. Anybody else want to raise their hand? Raise your hand, but we'll just go one by one this time. And then let's go. Charles, you are in. Let's go.
So on this one, on these 3, I just wanted to point out, like the add contact module where the customization is coming into this. On the surface, it may seem simple, but I can't tell you how many times I have seen where we've had to build so many forms, or if you're using the marketer's toolkit or a customizer and you're having to add contact buttons to try to get more information that's related to that business that you're working with. This was one of my favorite updates because now you have the ability to not have to deal with, why am I just getting their contact information, time zone, and D&D status, and then I got to create the contact, then go into the contact record and get the information that I actually care about. And so now, just having the ability to really customize that form so you know that you're capturing the information that is important to your business. That's one of the things I love about this. And for all those that have asked for several years now, yes, you can finally upload a contact profile image at any time you want. So that was another thing that came along with this. I know a ton of people had been asking for that for years. But I love this new module and how they did it. And they really did a good job of really letting you fully customize it, pull in custom contact fields, custom object. I mean, they've just done a phenomenal job with this, and it really streamlines the process. I love the slide out panel that they put it into. It's just seems maybe like a smaller update, but in the day-to-day operations of a business, it has a huge impact. That's the reality of it. Yeah, sometimes the big flashy, sometimes the not so flashy updates make the biggest difference to the end user that's sitting in the seat using the platform and their daily operations. So love this update.
Yep. Awesome. And I know you're big on pure SaaS, selling SaaS, so you don't do any custom stuff for your customers. So that just highlights, you're in that space. You're not really building anything for them. You're helping them use the platform. So what you're saying just rings the bell. And let's get Alok in the room. Alok's got some extra perspectives to it. And then we're gonna go
Thanks,
on
man.
the next track.
Yeah, can you guys see me? Yeah, cool. Yeah, once again, such a great feature. Super simple. I mean, this is what is the features which we really wanted for years, and these are the type of features which are making the platform even better now and stronger. But I had a question, that's why I raised my hand. Did I hear, Charles, you said you can add custom object fields as well on the contact form?
Well, let's bring Charles back.
I couldn't see it.
I don't know if you can add the custom objects, but I'll tell you what, I'll find out real quick.
Yeah. Because that opens up a totally different use case, and it makes it even more stronger, right? That just one contact form pop-up which comes out. If you can add object fields there as well, that would be super awesome. So yeah.
I'll tell you what, I don't think it can, just from a logical perspective, because this
correct.
is
That's what I can't find it.
Right, because this is about a contact object. So that wouldn't work unless they had a separate form altogether.
Yeah. I mean, you can create a custom form which fills up all the details and all that stuff, add object fields in that, but just in this contact model which comes out, if we can add that would be super awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right, so let's look at the next.
I think we lost you again, Vit.
Mute. Okay, here we go. I'm back. All right. So the next couple of features, a bulk SMS upgrade. We have the bulk SMS feature has been rebuilt to handle higher volume messaging with improved deliverability, which means agencies can now control send pacing and throttling, ensuring messages are delivered reliably at scale without carrier issues. I think that's a pretty big one, especially if you're in database reactivation. Enhanced analytics, track delivery, and engagement within the CRM. This upgrade makes campaigns more dependable and scalable, which is crucial for agencies running large outreach and or nurture. So that's epic. I love that. Manage and merge duplicate. Okay, manage and merge duplicates. This one is brilliant, actually. Because we're always going to get duplicates. And I don't know about you, but again, I'm super OCD. And if I've got somebody's email address and phone, whatever, and then they message me through Facebook, that automatically creates separate contact. I like to be able to merge them. But up until this point, it was very tedious manual task. Not great. Well, now this handles that. So we'll go into that in a second. But what this is basically tool that automatically detects potential duplicate contacts by name, email, or phone and lets you merge them in a few clicks. It intelligently preserves important data like notes and activity history while merging. This keeps the CRM clean and prevents fragmented data or redundant outreach. Now, I spoke to a client yesterday. They own a dance studio, and she literally said, "Yeah, we're signing of another fitness specific software, and then we're going to be integrating with with Stand Out from the Pack, which is our white label version. But we're only going to do that once the data is clean. We got a lot of messy data, so I haven't told her about this, but I can't wait to let her know because this is going to be epic. And then a third one is all new contact detail page. Now this, again, talking about day to day, this one is huge. So we're going to go into some slides here, but basically, and again, I've hinted at it when Sean was on. One of my biggest beefs was that on the email feature, like out of the whole screen, that real estate where you can type an email was like so tiny, and now you can just press expand. And you got this whole view, and you can kind of breathe. You can focus, type that email out, and you don't have to worry about other distracting things. So, and I'm sure a lot of clients,
It's fun
a lot
when
of
the
regular
email
businesses.
feature, when the email feature of the email marketing platform works well. That's yeah.
Way to drop in, Michael.
That's what I do.
So let me explain what this is. So the contact details page has been completely redesigned, and for speed and clarity, users can now see conversations, notes, tasks, and activity history in one organized view with fewer clicks. Key info like tags, custom fields, and engagement stats are always visible. This streamlined layout helps users quickly find information and take action, making managing each contact more efficient. Agencies save time on every interaction. They can can personalize follow-ups more easily. All right, so that's what it is. Would anybody like to let me just do this. Would anybody like to chime in on this? Charles, yes. Let's go, Charles, and then we got Gary next.
It was, one of the things. Some of these updates I just laughed about, because it was. I love the new conversation contacts page. One of the thing that made me laugh is exactly what you stated. There was such a pain point with the writing an email inside of the conversation window. In a contact window, you had this very small box. And HighLevel said, okay, we hear you. We're going to make this box as big as possible, so you can't ever say this anymore. And they did. They stretched it to its outermost limits for sure. It takes up the entire screen if you expand it. But as I did, an email earlier tonight while we were actually on the call, it was super nice because I had like 5 people CC'd on it. Had a super long email with a bunch of information. I was able to visualize the entire email and not scroll in this tiny little box. But I think overall, the new conversation and contact UI is just a massive improvement. And one thing I'll really, a big nod to HighLevel and their team is when this initially launched during Level Up, there were several little bugs and there was a lot of mechanics that people have just come to be so accustomed to. To give an example, clicking, if you're in the conversations window, clicking their name and going to the contact side of it, to where the contact information now is on the left, and you can see everything that's going on and work with the dual panels. And they've been very fast to change things on this new UI that people have brought up. And I think that's probably one of the greatest things about this is I think the new UI is really going to afford them a lot more customizability, a lot more adaptation to different use cases, different mechanics. And I'm excited to see what is coming next. I know that they're working on the ability to be able to fully customize that contact panel, so that you can prioritize information in the way that you need to see it as an end user or as a business. But yeah, I think, hats off to them. They did a great job on this release. And the duplicate contacts, Oh man, I can't tell you how happy I am to see that. I will say, someone we're all probably familiar with, Patrick. He went to try it out, and he realized how messed up his database was. He wished he had kind of like the nuke all, like just match all, like get it done. But I think they did a really good job in how they're approaching the duplicates. Everybody uses the contact database a little bit different. I'm kind of old school. I base everything off the email. That's the one unique. Some people do it off the phone number, and they've provided it both ways. Where most platforms are like, we're just going to look for contacts based off of email. They offered it both ways right out of the box. You can either match by email, match by phone number, and I think that was a nice little upgrade as well. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for chiming in, Charles. Let's get
Yeah.
Gary in the room. Gary, great to have you here, mate. What you got?
Sorry. There we go. Should I mute myself? That'd work better, wouldn't it? Hey,
It
mate.
should have, yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
thanks
what I
for
did. Yeah.
thanks for organising all this as well, Vit. Mate, I've got to get into some of these updates because I've only been back from the States for like a week after Level Up. So I've got my list of things here and I've got them highlighted, the ones that I've got to go and check out. So I haven't got to actually test them all yet. But with that bulk SMS update, and also you've probably got this one coming up, but I'm going to tip the two together. There's an update for the drip mode as well, apparently. And I'm hoping that's resolved some things because there was issues with drip mode and bulk, and if people put things on pause, the workflows and stuff could carry on running in the background, and then if they unpause them, it would suddenly just punch a whole bunch of messages through and cause problem for people in campaigns. So I'm excited to see if they've resolved that because I spoke to the dev team about this ages ago, and they said, yeah, we're fixing all that so that when they pause workflows and so forth, it will actually pause things from happening rather than letting it all run through. So this is on our board of things to check out for our clients to make sure that that's working as it should now when you get to pause things rather than letting it run in the background and then just dumping a load of messages through at once when you unpause stuff. So this is kudos to the high level team for sort of, listening to all that feedback and pushing things through that we talked to them about. So excited to see next week when we get to check this out and make sure that it all works as they've told us it's going to.
Absolutely. Yeah, mate. And obviously for you, especially with the product that you offer to the market, which is brilliant, by the way. Guys, if you're watching this, by the way, if you're in a market that you're paying a ton of money for Twilio fees, you should check out my CRM Sim. It's just a way how you can lower the cost for you, for your agency, but also for your clients. And that's what Gary does. It's a CRM solution. You've got WhatsApp there now. You've got the Blue Bubble now. So it's pretty cool. So check it out. You can head over to highlevelexperience.com/sponsors. Gary's got special offer for you guys. So go and check it out. All right. So I just wanted to thank you, Gary, mate. I'm just gonna do this and then just real quickly show you because I really love this. So check this out, right? So this is the new contact view. You got previously, you had 3 sections. You got this section here in the middle, the contacts details. Then in the middle, you've got the comps. On the right-hand side now, you've got these icons, which is what we were used to for the last couple of months using in the inbox view. And it's just been brought into the calendar, into the actual contact view. So you can actually collapse it so it doesn't show up. This is pretty cool as well. So you can go between all fields to DND to no action to actions. So rather than have to scroll to the bottom just to click through to get to see what workflow particular contacts in, these are always on top. So it just makes it again super quicker, more efficient to deal with is what I want to say. And I like this with actions because really when it comes to actions, is it either workflows or adding tags or courses. Now the tags they're always on top actually. So this is even better. You get a couple of extra things. Now there is one, I think I've got it as a feature, we didn't get to it, but I'll just double down on this, which is the ability to I'm just going to hide from the ability to autosave. So when you got your contact fields on the left hand side, you always have to scroll to the bottom and hit that save button, which again, it's just when you think about day-to-day workflows, it's just another thing you need to focus on. Also opens up a lot of room for error if you forgot to hit save. So then it's a problem, right? So now you can actually toggle on autosave. So any of these fields, somebody maybe mistyped their first name, you just You just go into that field, fix their name, and you don't have to click save or anything. It'll auto save. So it's a little thing, but like Charles said, these little things make the day-to-day way easier. It's about speed, right? And then lastly, this section on the right hand side, this activity view that you've got there is brilliant. It's been there before, but like I said, now you can you can click that little cross button top right corner, and that whole thing collapses, which gives you a lot more real estate when you're handling that middle bit, which is where most of the stuff should be happening, in that middle bit, which is looking at emails, looking at comms, looking at SMS, looking at anything you need to follow up with the person, and then have that focused space for it. So kudos to HighLevel team. I've been watching this. I know that Varun was talking about it, and shout out to the guys, because they really went over and beyond. It took them longer because they wanted to make sure they release something that's actually going to be working really well. They understood this is what our clients really use day to day, and this is where it just increases value, because there are other platforms, HubSpot, Salesforce, that up until this point, they had it a lot easier to use, let's face it. And so it's really good that the HighLevel is leveling up. I haven't checked their platforms. I don't know if it's still better or worse, but to me, this is definitely improvement for me and for my clients. All right, let's move on. Let's go to the next three. Let's fire away. So we have restore page revamp, still under CRM and contacts. So the restore page is for deleted items. So that's been overhauled with new filters, faster loading, and smoother recovery process. Agencies can view all deleted contacts, campaigns, assets, categorize and restore them. So again, if you make that mistake, now you've got a peace of mind that you can actually recover things. So that's pretty helpful, pretty straightforward. So we're not going to go into that too much. Accessibility enhancements, top bar, help, and drawer. Okay, I think we're going to have a look at that one, because that one opens up a lot of room for I think, is that the one that I'm talking that I'm thinking is, or that might be another one. There's basically now an alert thing for us agencies to push alerts into the sub accounts. I think that might be a different thing than this. This one is about does anybody know? By the way, I haven't been able to go through all the features in detail, so if anyone knows this, raise your hand up, otherwise we'll move on. And then the import Stripe products into SaaS configurator. All right, so now that's the next category. All right, so restore page and that one. I think all right, we got Charles. All right, Charles can chime in on that. Let's do that. Thank you for saving me, mate. Let's go.
This is why I go to every town hall. So the top bar, that tray is on the new contacts page. So they totally revamped that top bar. We used to have all the actions and the icons across the top, and on the contacts page, they have done a really good job of reworking the smart list and the actions that you can take, and also the advanced filters where you can create even better filters than before. And honestly, just to be able to bulk select the contacts in your contact list, and it exposes the most commonly used bulk actions, but then instead of just having this long line of actions, they put it into a drawer. So now you click more and you start to see, bulk SMS, bulk email, WhatsApp, review requests, managing opportunities in bulk, triggering automations, verifying emails, merge contacts, and so much more. So they just cleaned up that contacts page UI quite a lot, opened up a lot of room, just made it visually more appealing, easier to navigate, a little bit more condensed, which will lead to more opportunities to putting even more tools in there in the future. So
yeah, I love it. So I'm just in my account here just to show you real quick. Again, so the top bar, is that the bit up the top here? Is that what you're talking about?
So if you go to contacts and smart list, looks like you're on the conversations page or the contact detail page right now.
Yeah, so I don't have the incognito mode currently is broken because of the new UI. So HL Pro Tools got to catch up with it. So I can't show because I got real data, so I can't go there.
Okay.
But I want to show you guys this one here. So in bottom right corner, you click that little keyboard, and you get this cool little keyboard shortcuts. And I mean, I'm a big fan of shortcuts because once you learn them again, it's just become like a ninja, right? So you've got these contact actions. So that's one of those things. The top bar is, I know what it is now. Yeah, okay. So I'll see if I can show you guys real quick on that one. But yeah, this is epic. So I see what you mean now. Yeah, so it's in the contacts view. So let's go back to smart list here. And I don't, yeah, okay. Well, we could do that.
I can show if you want to. I've got it
Yes,
pulled up
if you-
here if you want to show it.
Yeah, see if you can do that. Oh, you've got it there. Oh, perfect.
Yep, got it there. So right here, I'm on the contacts page, and of course I've got my contacts information hidden, but what they've really changed is how the smart lists are lined up here. So, before it wasn't really easy. If you had a lot of smart lists, it wasn't really easy to see them all. So they've been able to expand this with the new layout. Also, we used to have a bunch of icons across the top with, add to workflow, email, SMS, and it was just getting super compacted. Just way too many things in the previous UI. And so now they have this top bar here. It's only visible when you select contacts. So if you go into here and you're like, where'd all the bulk actions go? You have to select your contacts first. Once you do this, then you can see the export, everything they're used to seeing. And then they've got this action drawer here where you can get into your bulk SMS, your email, adding tags, remove it, everything you're used to seeing. But they've also done a really good job of, creating more advanced filters. So you've got, pretty much any data inside. You can filter by, create smart lists. It's easy to add smart lists and see your existing smart list, and you can search your smart list now. So that's nice. Easily manage them, and then importing contacts, and then you've got some more settings over here. So just a really nice overhaul to this contacts page, which has been a nice improvement. It's much easier to read as well, a lot cleaner interface. So yeah, there's that.
Mr. Vitt, you're muted again. Don't worry, I got you, buddy. Here for you.
Thank you, mate. Awesome. All right. So we're gonna fire away to our next segment. We don't need to take a break just yet. So we're gonna go into the SaaS. We got SaaSpreneurs here. Shout out for SaaSpreneurs. Give it drop one in the chat if you're more in the SaaSpreneur space. This will be a good chat. SaaS billing and sub accounts related stuff. So we got import Stripe products into SaaS configurator. We got modify SaaS plan category and plan level. I love that one. Allow downgrade with configure deflections. I've already set that one up, and it's brilliant. I already just had one client who wanted to downgrade, made it easy. Unified payment options across all SaaS locations. What else we got? Special prices for SaaS sub account. This is if you want to sell a special plan like on an ad hoc basis without having to create a whole new thing from scratch. You got product specific cancellation reasons. This is useful. Again, data and feedback is important because without feedback, you don't know what to take action on. So that's useful. Oh, this is the one I was talking about. Okay. This one is probably really exciting out of a lot of those for me. Introducing banners management. I do weekly workshops for our customers. So this is going to be another touch point to let them know. What else we got? Managing granular permissions for payments. Very useful. And that's it. So then we're going to go into funnels after that. So let's start from the first one. SaaS right here. So what this does, have basically ability to import existing Stripe products if you already have them directly into GHL SaaS configurator. What does this do? It makes setting up or updating SaaS plans much faster by eliminating manual product re-entry, right? So with simple sync from Stripe, you'll be able to reduce admin work and avoid errors, ensuring billing plans in HighLevel match what's in Stripe. This provides smoother, more seamless alignment between HighLevel SaaS accounts and Stripe billing. I don't think there's much more to say about that. It's pretty straightforward and pretty epic. modify SaaS plans category in plan level. Okay, so now this has been actually a bit of a problem for me. I've created a couple of different categories, and then I wanted to move the plans into the other category, and I couldn't do that. So that's what this does. So if you're in the same pickle, plus we only have limit to like 20 SaaS plans that we can set up. So this helps. This doesn't help with that, but it helps with moving things around and making it a little bit more neat. Because let's face it, if you got a plan and it's in different category and you want it to offer in the other one, so that your customer can see it, so it just gets added into the upgrade downgrade path. Well, now you can. So it lets you do that fairly easily. Restructure pricing tiers and introduce new packages. You can adjust plans without disrupting active subscription. That's a big one. And this feature is key for maintaining scalable and adaptive pricing models. So agencies can evolve their SaaS offerings over time without painful migrations, keeping their revenue streams and client subscriptions running smoothly. So that's epic. Feel free to raise your hand up at any point if anybody's got an extra thing to add to it. But otherwise, we'll keep going. So the downgrade path, this is epic. I'm actually going to go and show a little screen of that one. So you're now able to create a downgrade path. So what that means is somebody wants to downgrade, you can not prevent them from doing it, but you can persuade them to stay on the current plan. So if you got a plan A, I don't have to show, I can explain. If you got a plan A is 100, let's say plan A is $300, plan B is $500 a month, and then plan C is $800. Somebody's on the middle plan, $500, wants to downgrade to $300. You want to keep them on the middle plan because it's revenue. Well, the deflection is they get a little pop-up and says, hey, instead of downgraded, why don't you stay on this plan and here's a discount for the next 3 months. And then you can customize how big the discount is. So let's say you give them $100 off. So they go from 500 to 400. So you still, you're still better than getting 300 and you've kept the customer on. So it just gives you that opportunity and it's fully automated. And so I think it's pretty epic. Okay, so let's get some comments as well. We can do it this way as well, speed it up. So Charles is saying this only supports coupons for up to 12 months. So there you go. You can add coupons as well. That would be, I think, under the where does that go? Under which section does it go?
It'd be on the downgrade. Coupons. It'd be on the downgrade. It's just in the when you go to create a coupon, you can create it to run forever. If you're under payments and you go to create a coupon, you can run it forever. However, in the downgrade cancellation deflection setup, it only supports applying a discount for up to 12 months. It's not an actual coupon. So it's only going to support if you say, hey, look, if you stay on the middle tier, I'll give you $50 off or $100 off, whatever it may be. It'll only run that for up to 12 months, not in perpetuity. So just something to keep in mind.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing, right? Otherwise, you could easily get people taking advantage of it. So yeah, so if you head over to SaaS Configurator, this is for you guys, SaaSpreneurs. SaaS Configurator, you go into the downgrade settings, and then obviously you toggle that on. And then it gives you the option to select also, what is the reason, so you can customize it. This is great if you've got like custom questions you want to ask. But by default, the ones that are there, I didn't really fiddle with that. I think that those are pretty good. Caveat to that, it's not available for V2 plans yet. I've got a beef with that V2 thing, but let's not open that can of worms. But yeah, if you're on V1 SaaS plans, then yes, here you can allow sub-accounts to receive discount offer more than once. Okay, so is this the one that you were talking about, Charles?
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about right there.
Okay, all right. So yeah, so this is okay. So somebody downgrades, doesn't downgrade, takes advantage of that, and then 2 months later they want to do it again. If you keep this toggled on, then they would get that discount again. Yeah, I don't like that, so I didn't toggle it on. Yeah. There you go. Pretty useful. All right. So let me just see if I've missed anything. Charles raised. Did you want me to spotlight you still, Charles?
Yeah, if you don't, I'd like to touch on one thing, and you kind of touched on it softly.
Let's go.
And this is more of a public service announcement. I did this in a town hall earlier today because we had a SaaS town hall. SaaS V1 versus V2. Let me just tell you, if you're watching this, please listen to this. V2 is not a better version of V1. That is the biggest misconception. Even HighLevel has acknowledged that they named it wrong. It should have never been named V2. Long story short, they had a problem they needed to solve. The problem is not everybody uses Stripe, and they had people signing up for SaaS mode that didn't use Stripe or couldn't use Stripe because of regional restrictions. So they had two options: either bring a bunch of payment providers into SaaS Configurator on the agency side, or bring a version of the SaaS Configurator into the sub-account side where all the payment integrations already lived, and you had the marketplace with custom third-party providers as well. That is the whole premise behind V2. It's not an upgrade per se. It's if you are doing another payment provider aside from Stripe, you have the option of going to the V2 version and being able to use things like PayPal, Square, NMI, Authorize.net, marketplace custom providers like Numeric and some others. But the other part of this is you'll notice on that downgrade offer, and this is also on the cancellation offer, and it's in a few more spots, there are releases that are not compatible with the SaaS V2. And I highly encourage anybody, if you're on Stripe, do not switch to SaaS V2. They are not going to be developed simultaneously. V1 will always get the newest, latest first, then V2 will get it at some point. So it's just something to be aware of. This is a huge confusion point within the SaaS configurator and all these additional things that have come into SaaS. So I just want to make sure that everybody kind of understands what the difference is between the two. They're pretty close right now, but they're fixing to release some more updates that aren't going to be available for V2. They're only going to be available for V1. So just something to keep in mind as you're looking into the SaaS V1 and V2.
Absolutely, Charles. While I've got you here, I'm gonna share a screen on this one and get your take on this, because this one is also really important. So HighLevel's released this new unified payment option across all SaaS locations. Right now, let's just bring it into the screen. So let's say you want to subscribe a sub account, one of your customers, for WordPress. It now gives you an option to pay using the card that they have on file, so that the card would show up in here, or you can add it in here if it isn't, or you can choose to charge them from their wallet, or you can pay for them, which is the third option. Now, there still is, I don't know if it's still the case, but when somebody cancels your subscription, because these things were add-ons and like a separate thing, if you don't cancel those, they'll keep on running. So if somebody cancels and you keep that account suspended, those other things will still be there, and you'll be paying for those unless the customer has a credit card on file. That I know I posted it in a group as well a while back, and there was a few people kind of saying the same. Sarah was saying, she had the same issue with that one. So you have to kind of keep an eye on that. So I don't know if this is a way to mitigate that or not. But certainly by using the credit card and making sure the credit card is still valid is a way to do that. But did you want to add anything to that, Charles?
Yeah, so this kind of preps for something in the future, but right now the biggest thing with this is there is a big issue around if I am selling a SaaS offering and they buy WordPress hosting. I'm giving them, let's say, $20 into their wallet as part of a subscription. Guess who's paying for that WordPress? The agency, because it was only taking it out of the wallet. It wasn't charging it separate. There were certain features that were directly charged to the wallet instead of to the customer's credit card. So you're giving this $20, maybe they use $10, it's funny money until wallet money is funny money until it's actually used. And so they released this to kind of solve that problem. This way you can do it any way that you want. You can either charge the card directly as a separate subscription. You could have it come out of the wallet, and if there's $10 in there and you're charging $10 for WordPress, well, then any usage fees, they're just going to have to refill their wallet. or you could include it. You can include it in your offer, and it just directly bills to the agency. The other part of this that this is going to lead into is retention of products after the cancellation of the core offering. This has come up a lot around domains and WordPress hosting. Domains are one of those things that once you sign up with a provider, you normally never change providers of where you're buying your domain from. It's very rare that people, they just don't change it because it's not something you have to mess with all that much. And so when we started selling domains, we're like, okay, well, what if they cancel their SaaS? How can we keep billing them per their domain? Like, it may seem silly, like it's $10 a month, but heck, I mean, that's $10 for eternity, basically. Who cancels a domain?
And that's not the only problem with it, right? Yeah, the other problem with it, it's actually a really important asset to their business, and if they were informed of the consequences, that could open up door for potential litigation. That's a lot of can of worms here.
Oh yeah. And then, you think of WordPress, same concept. Well, how many times does a business actually change their WordPress hosting provider? Usually not, unless whoever's now developing their new WordPress site really pushes them into another package. But again, it's one of those things that it kind of sits out there for years, and it's a low cost typically. So when a business is looking at things to cut or how they're going to manage their advertising budget or things like that, it's usually not even on the radar. It's one of those things that we have to have. We have to pay this bill. It's like turning on the lights. And so that's kind of what this preps it for, is that you can make sure that you're charging it to the credit card. So even if the SaaS subscription gets canceled, and this will come in future enhancements, it's not available right now, but there'll still be some level of domain management, WordPress management in the future. And so that way you still have some kind of recurring revenue going on even after your SaaS cancellation, which hopefully isn't too much anyways. We don't want people canceling your SaaS on you. But yeah, that was a huge win for the SaaS team on that feature release.
Absolutely. Thank you, Charles.
Yep.
All right. Let's fire away. Let's fire away. We got we are now, I think we've reached the 3-hour mark. Yes, we did. We reached the 3-hour mark. I mean, if I didn't have anything on, I could carry on. But I'm aware that time is precious. So let's see what we can do with the remaining slides here. I don't think we're gonna be able to go through the whole thing, but I wanna see what we can do. So we'll fly through. What I'll do, let's do this. What I'll do is I'm just gonna go through these slides really quickly, and anything that strikes the chord, you guys raise your hand up. Okay, so you kind of pause me. I'm just gonna go fly through. Now, guys, if you're watching this, I do want to highlight. Don't feel obliged that or not obliged, but don't feel like you're gonna miss out if we don't cover everything in detail. Like I said, HighLevel has done the work. Okay, HighLevel has done the work. The only thing that we're adding is just our own perspectives and use cases. So that's obviously valuable. But otherwise, this article is brilliant. That's what I'm using here, right? So. All right, so that's that. Let's go back here and let's talk about it. So SaaS prices, we talked about on product specific cancellation reasons. That's upsell products. So when client cancels or downgrades the subscriptions, you can now capture the reason why tied to a specific product or subscription. So we're talking about like upsell features that you want to find out, not just the core offering, but let's say they want to cancel just that one extra thing. So this is useful. The banner management, I do want to have a look at that one real quick, and then we'll banner management. Yeah, this one is pretty epic, so I think it's just really worth to dive in that one really quickly. So basically, what it is, it's a client-facing control, so you can turn eligible high-level provided banners on or off at any time. It gives you a centralized control to what you want to show. Is there a slide? There is a slide. Okay, so you've got basically a view of all the different things that might pop up. Oh, hang on. So it's not what I thought it is. I thought it was custom banners. Okay, so my bad. So well, still, nevertheless, it's good. So you can see what you want to show and what you don't want to show and how frequently, and then toggle it on or off. So I believe that's right. So that's what that does. Okay. Never mind. So custom banners, not a thing, but I must have been dreaming. All right. Well, if you dream it, you could believe it, you could dream it, it might happen, right? Especially if you attend to town hall sessions. All
I'm
right.
pretty sure that's a feature which is coming as well.
There you go. Yeah. So it just makes a lot of sense, right? Imagine this: if you're running weekly workshops or something, and you want to like let account wide all your customers know, or Black Friday, you want to upsell them on a service. A lot of really cool use cases, so can't wait. Granular permission for payments. So fine-tuned control over which team members can view, edit, or manage financial transactions. So that I think this is important. We're seeing more and more granular permission control per users, and I think it's really important, and it's great that it's there. Now getting into funnels and websites. So let me see what we got here. We got funnels, element templates in Page Builder. They were already there, but this is probably an additional improvement there. Template library now available on all plans. So that's good for you guys if you're on 97 to 97. Previously, it was only 497. So that's good. Built-in image editor. It's basic, but it does the job, especially when it comes to resizing and stuff. So that's handy. So that, and again, it's about workflow. Saves you time having to go to Canva and things like that. Website performance report for WordPress. Custom values were added. This is actually a big one. So my argument has always been, you're better off building it in GHL because you can personalize heck out of it by incorporating custom values and UTMs. Well, now you can help customers who don't want to do that and want to stick to WordPress. Now you can help them make their pages even more personalized. Websites and funnels now have all new AI page builder. Now this is where we get into the space, right? We talked about it, where this product is more and more becoming easier and easier to use. Maybe not on the AI front, but on a lot of these type of tools, it is. Where you can bring a client and can literally pitch them. Look, you don't have to pay a lot of money for a website if you don't have budget for it. We've got AI builder and happy days, so it's pretty epic. We got Michael Placido raising hand, mate. It's not snapshots yet, but let's see what you got, mate.
Dude, this is I deal with snapshots touches everything, right? I'll just put the hot take that needs to be said. This goes back to why HighLevel is not an AI company, and this is one of the areas where I think it shows. The workflow AI builders and the funnel AI is not there. And I think they're going to create more problems for your clients than they're going to solve. If basic templates that you set up is too complicated for clients, giving them an AI that kind of throws a bunch of stuff onto a page and they're going to be someone's got to tech support that. I think that's all that really needs to be said on that. I don't think anyone really disagrees with that, but sometimes people want to say that. But I don't know. Has anyone actually used it successfully in that scale?
I mean, it's an interesting viewpoint. I am the last to talk about imperfection, and done is better than perfect because I'm a massive perfectionist. But it is true that done is better than perfect. If somebody doesn't have a website at all and they can't afford it and anything, then this is perfect tool, and then you can always go from there, right? Nathan, great to have you. Look at that. Look at all that musical instruments there. That's epic.
I think Michael was about to chime in there. I'll let him finish his point.
Yes.
Nah, man, you go, dude. I haven't heard from you all the time, so jump in, my dude.
Cool. So yeah, I totally agree. Funnel AI is not there, but the new funnel builder, so the lovable version of it, is actually better than I expected. What they've done incredibly smart here is to allow you to keep it open, so you can use the old editor and fine tune. And if anyone's used any of those sort of vibe coding tools to be able to build pages, it's a decent competitor. So if you're a power user of a lovable, then it's not going to compare. But if you look at what the original funnel AI was, which is let's throw in random templates and call it AI, that wasn't an AI builder. That was a sort of stopgap. The new funnel AI builder, the lovable version, is actually really good at what it's trying to do. So it is trying to bring that Ask AI, the lovable interface back to everything. I'll go against what Michael said before about it not being there yet. The workflow AI builder is decent enough. It's your Zapier. I want to create this, and it goes and says, here's half of it for you. N8N have just added theirs as well. So everything's going that way. It's going to be chat first, get me 80% there, and then I'll finish it off. It's a time saver. It's not a do it for me. It's not do my job and finish it off. It's let's get most of it there. It's like being in a town hall and someone giving you a snapshot, giving you a template, giving you the start, and then you go and add your own piece to it. So it actually took a little bit to find. So that new builder is you have to go and toggle it on first, and then there's a new way to start the whole thing. So the old funnel AI is still there, and I think that's confusing people as well. So like, oh, I tried it again, and it's still not much better than last time. It's actually, that old one hasn't changed. The new one is
that
fantastic.
could be it, dude. Like that could be it. And just sorry for jumping in. One other clarification: when I speak, I'm usually talking about at scale, where it comes to like tech supporting. Like when you're at the smaller side, you know, where you have more time to let them get started, play around, and you support them. But there's that certain point where it's just like, really, you should be giving people a template for their niche that you know works, that has a fast, they don't want to spend 3 hours doing stuff, right? Most people don't even interact. So just that two caveats is maybe I got the wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, 100% agree. I was going to make that point earlier, but there was like 25 people on stage talking about the same thing when it comes to that AI agents, the conversation agents, the voice AI. Like all those things are not for the users to get into the weeds and build. Like we have to get those out to the users as a snapshot, as a completed piece. So we're trying to implement those for them. I don't think the platform is ready for individual user come in and, oh, I know how to do all. That's not their job. So Vit's point, done is better than not started. So
I think it just comes down to the importance of customer buyer journey as well, right? So when you get a new customer, you should be qualifying them. Hey, where are you at? Do you feel yourself like somebody who could like use our tool and with our support build yourself because you want to build it internally, build an internal team, and we just support you? Or are you a business that you're busy, you just want to get it done? So I think this is the important question everybody should be asking their customers at the beginning, and then route them the right path, right?
And something, just one last point on that. The new agent builder, the new agent workflow builder, the N8N that HighLevel have added in, that will have the same thing. That will have that chat to build interface. Varun showed me the sort of the preview of that. They need to get it working better. The skateboard model, they need to get it finalized so that it actually works. But that actually gives us agency level control across accounts. So that's what they're trying to do there. They're trying to instead of giving us agency snapshots and agency controls, they want to put it all into this new agent builder that'll cover across accounts. So we can step back as an agency and have things automated at an agency level, not just the location level. So there's some really big changes that are happening in that. And just I'll jump off the stage in a sec, but something that came up in the last conversation was custom objects. They've been around for a while. They don't do what they're supposed to do yet. It's not enough, but it's the start. On the last Dev Council, which was last week, end of the month, it's Halloween. Let's ship on a Friday. Great idea. We will get a whole bunch of things tomorrow, like guaranteed. How well that'll anyway, I won't get into that. Ryan can mention that kind of thing, but the custom objects updates was promised end of month. It was one of the things that was a live on the events release. It was something that a whole bunch of people in the room in Dallas were like, finally. At the moment, custom objects only ties to contacts. It doesn't have search. It doesn't have custom lists. All those things that would make custom objects actually really work well. They're going to add that and opportunity. So you'll be able to add those custom objects at an opportunity level, and that's supposed to drop tomorrow.
Epic, mate. I don't hear from you enough in the community, but every time you speak, you drop a lot of value bombs. So, we need to see you more, mate. We need to get you on the show as well.
Cool.
Thank you for chiming in. All right. Who's next? Let's get Alok.
Mate, he's covered everything I was about to say, so I'm done.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man. Charles?
I'll just say, I mean, I totally agree with Nathan in the aspect that, is this going to get you to 100% going through either the workflow AI or the funnel or website AI? Absolutely not. Is it going to get you 80% of the way? Yes. And, I look at my own journey. My first website that I did for my SaaS, good Lord, listen, you don't want me drawing a stick figure, let alone designing anything when it comes to a website or funnel. That's the reality of it. And the true benefit of these tools is that you can take a simple idea and put it into something that is tangible, get it 60, 70, 80% of the way there. And, if you give, for me, it's better than starting off with a template that doesn't feel like I'm really having to totally rework a template because it's the closest thing I can find. With the new AI builder, I can go in there. And I like that they give you two different ways to do it. You can either go through their drop downs and kind of go through the different questions, or if you're comfortable with prompting and putting a bunch of information and detail in there, you can take that path. And so they give it to you in both ways in that panel, and I appreciate that. The other thing that I really appreciated on how they did with the new funnel AI was that oftentimes, I mean, we've all experienced this. We get into an AI solution, even I've seen it in Lovable, maybe not in the latest version, but in previous versions. You get so close in the design. Take Google Studio, just came out. I just did this the other day. I was working on a app, and it was so close. I asked it to change one thing. Wouldn't you know, like 10 different things changed. And I'm like, no, that is not what I wanted. I just wanted you to do this one thing. And so I love how HighLevel took the initiative to go ahead and say, look, if you click this element, we're going to directly address it, and anything that you prompt for it to change is only going to change that element. Or you can have it apply to the whole page. So I think they have done a good job at this. Is it, the end all be all? No. But it's definitely a heck of a lot better than their first version of Funnel AI. And in the workflow AI, I've done this live on calls. I've done it with Beyond and calls. And if you give it the context, if you say, look, this is what my objective is, here's some information about my company, and this is why I'm doing this email campaign, it will write out all the emails, it will incorporate, and it does a really good job of writing it out. I just did, I like email courses because it gets right in their inbox. I get good open rates. It's warming up my email domains. I took a PDF of a workbook, uploaded it into the workflow AI, and said, turn this into a 21-week or 21-day email course.
I love
2 or
it.
3 minutes later, oh my gosh, it was fantastic. Saved me so much time. Put in all the, wait a day, send the next one, wait a day, send the next one. And it did a fantastic job of writing it out. And that would have taken me who knows how long, an hour or two. So I think these are great releases. I think it's really going to help people where they're at get that much further, that much quicker.
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna steal that idea, but that's a really good one. with that PDF upload. Thank you, Charles. All right, guys. So we are definitely not gonna make all the features. So what do we want to do? We want to finish the category. Brand boards, global custom colors, and color picker. There is a new support where you can actually import your custom values. I haven't played around with it that much, but if it does what I expect to do, then that's exciting, because ideally I don't know about you, but I'm sure we can all agree. I think we can all agree that having the brand colors everywhere across the whole system but also support it on a snapshot side, merging them both together. It's a really good way to to support customers in a scalable way. My brain is checking out, so there's also a point of diminishing returns in carrying on much longer, I guess. Yeah, so let's look at this. We got a CSV blog importer, straightforward. You can import blog articles, excellent. Surveys, quizzes, elements, and slide cloning. So that's gonna make it faster to create those quizzes. That's excellent. And surveys. Address autocomplete for all accounts. I believe they had this one thing when they were talking about the level up, and that was with pricing. And there was one thing they dropped, which is the ad manager is now free. They're not paying for it as an agency. You can still resell it, but it's free now. And from memory, I believe it was the address autocomplete as well. I can't remember if yes or not. So I'm not going to comment much more on that. But
yeah, I think
what
I
else
heard
we
that
got?
as well. So address autocomplete is free. That's what
Okay,
I think.
brilliant.
I heard that as well.
Yeah, excellent. Manual and smart collections for products. So think about it like smart lists for contacts. This be smart collections for products. So if you're an e-com business, if you didn't know, you can run your whole e-com business in HighLevel. So that's a really good step forward. Continue on that. We also have shipping charges based on product and up shipping profiles. So that's good. If you sell something, if you got to ship something that's heavier, that's going to calculate that. So make sure you dive into the more details for that. What else we got? Custom HTML pages, great. Meta ad widgets and insights. So this has been requested a lot, especially for ad agencies. It's one of those really like easy ways to help customers run ads and help them with lead conversion. But a lot of times, they will ask for additional insights in the reporting. That wasn't there. Now it is. Excellent. I feel like I'm moving into a Sean style. We're gonna like wrap it up kind of thing. So let's just go. Dashboard and reporting. Create widgets using custom objects. So okay, so that's a big one. The custom object thing along it just makes HighLevel just a full-fledged flexible CRM for any use case. I know there is pros and cons of custom objects. There is some feedback, things maybe not as much as they would want it. We're getting some comments here as well. Alok is saying reviews AI price as well is lower to 0.01 cents instead of 0.8 for reviews AI. So that is great. Oh, Stripe fees were lowered as well. Nathan is saying there were some changes that went without fanfare, but something that bucks the industry trend. We've added features and we're not raising prices. We made some stuff free. Yes, that is unheard of. That is unheard of in a company to do that. They could have easily charged us more, and I would say a lot of us would still not object. So Lucky saying is good to go. Well, thank you so much, Lucky. I will touch base with you on that. Michael saying there's just a lot of features that are there. They're good, but they don't feel like they are going to change how your business runs. Some of it will, some of it not. Yes. Let's fly through those. So what else we got? Sub-account dashboards and custom reports. Sub-account dashboards and custom reports on all plans. Now, I believe this is not, this is on a SaaS plan and an agency plan. So if you haven't enabled it, do it. I've done it this week. You can create smart lists. So I've got smart list 1, people who are active, people who are paused, people who are canceled, people who are on trials. I'm talking about SaaS customers. You can do all that. And the new UI, it's like you can see a lot more accounts in the view. So that is something I really like. And then the third one is you can see all your sub accounts listed. And then on the right hand side, you can see the reports on, how many new contacts they got in that period. It's really, really good. So definitely check it out. New custom reports for snapshots. I feel like this is going to be something where we should see a hand up by Michael Pasito. We'll get into some snapshots here. QR codes, bulk action, renaming, copy link. I do use QR codes a lot, so that is great. Awesome. We'll get Michael here in a second. I'm going to see if there's anything else related to snapshots, protecting PDF customization. All right, let's get Michael in the room. He's been eager and waiting to get his snapshot side covered. So let's dive in, mate. Let's dive into that.
Oh, this one. Well, this one isn't. That specific feature is not a giant conversation. That's just it's what that feature is talking about. There's a new screens for managing your snapshots. They have version history, which is really cool, and they show you a list of all the assets. I think that's a really good first step. It's definitely helpful for a lot. There's still some more things. Like one of the things they said in the update, this will now replace needing to, maintain your own list of change logs, but you will still need to do a lot of that. But Harsh has been doing snapshots has been one of those things that hasn't really been changed at all since they came out. And in these last couple months, more changes happened in the last 6 months with snapshots than the last 4 years. So there's a lot of cool things happening, and I have some insider information that a lot of stuff's going to keep going. But with the snapshot management, there's a lot more tools coming out for managing snapshots, which is the main point I started off when I wanted to get that in right at the beginning, that with all these features, if you can't manage them, if you can't launch new features, if you can't improve your features in your snapshot at a scalable rate, none of it really matters, because you're going to get kind of stuck. But yeah, that's just the main thing on that.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. I build snapshots too.
Oh,
right?
why
So
not?
I totally get it. No, because it just makes total sense, mate. This is one of those topics that if you screw up and you load up snapshots to many sub accounts, you're trying to go after one niche and you go, oh, hooray, let's go, and you drop it, and then you start customizing it, or you just didn't dial it in. It can actually ruin your business. You and I talked about it. There's costs involved when it comes to fixing sub account. And if you're doing it at scale, well, then you're kind of screwed. So
it's also where I had the opinion on the workflow and website AI stuff is because when I'm helping people make a product and trying to decide, well, what features do you put in your account and which features of HighLevel you're going to use, every single time I see them at the scale, right? When you start trying to do it multiple, it's, well, how are you going to manage those, right? So you got this cool feature and you're going to build all these workflows, but what do you do after you've launched? What do you do once the clients have all those things and they start having issues with it? Do you have a team that can know all of the changes you do? So it's, it gets scary.
And this is so important to really think about what that business model of a SaaSpreneur is. You might be somebody like Charles who just resells and then focuses heavily on educating the customers and helping themselves. That's a good model, because that whole thing that we're talking about now becomes not a worry. But then if you're a business that a SaaS solution that provides a specific snapshot solution, then this just highlights things. So. And then you have a hybrid one. We got customers, you get them on to sign up with you because you got this amazing system to snapshot, but then they might want to do something custom. It's really important. Now let's just stay on topic here with the features. So we've got two other features. So we talked about the new custom reports, which is basically being able to snapshot custom reports, which is great. I think I read it wrong before. And then version management. So that's a big one, which is kind of follows up on what we're talking about here. And then a new UI, the new design system for snapshots. So let's look at the version management, because I think that is, when I heard it, that one was really exciting to me. I don't know, have you had a chance to dive into it yet?
It's
Michael?
okay. You also got to remember, for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been doing version management. I've just done it all myself. So yeah, it's a good start. I mean, it tells you what has changed. It tells you what was in each snapshot, which is okay, but it's not really going to solve all of the problems of change management. Like if you have this and you're like, good, I am now fully aware of I have all the tools for managing my snapshot versions. It's not going to be enough. Like there's still more you have to do, but I'm always thankful for those tools. Yeah. Like you need to know why things were changed. You need to know exactly, we need to know what those assets actually do, descriptions of them, which ones are able to be safe for upload. But those things I think are going to come because Harsh has been knocking out the features in it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I was trying to bring that link, but that link is broken. So if you guys are watching this from GHL team, you got a broken link on that version, snapshot version 1 on the blog article. All right. Well, we're gonna have to wrap it up soon. So I'm just gonna go through a couple more things here really quickly, and then we're gonna close. So we made it halfway through. Full disclosure. Ambition is a thing of it's a common trait with entrepreneurs, right? Ambition. So if you're not ambitious, then maybe don't go into business. I don't know, but it also means that sometimes you're not gonna get to where you want to get to, and so you just gotta learn and then do it better next time. So it almost feels like we're pretty much halfway through. We could do it again in like a second part. I don't know, but there is ton of new features. I'm just gonna fly through these really quickly. We're not going to go into them anymore. And then you got the article. So let's go. Prospecting, PDF customization in marketing, audit reports. Chat widget, attachments in live chat. Very cool. Configure AI agent name and call recording notice. Really important for compliance. You've got complete redesign built for speed and clarity and control when it comes to conversations. That's the new UX, UI. Set and track response time goals for SLAs. So think about it. If you what it does, it measures how quickly you respond. So this is good if MIT did a study 2007 called Speed to Lead study. This is what this do. So if you got customers, going back to my rant before, they're saying, hey, you're generating leads, but they're not converting, or leads sucks, the lead suck. Then you can go into their account and you can show them, oh, look, it's taking you this long for you responding. So maybe do you want to upsell? Do you want to purchase our AI agent to help you with that? So that opens a lot of doors. There's a use case for you. Social planner, comment management, very important. New drip mode architecture, we kind of went over that one. Company-based workflows, I haven't dig into that one, but it's basically creating workflow based on a company object rather than a contact. Advanced builder, new era for workflow design. Nathan tapped into it, touched on that, really good. There you go, version management on snapshots. Talked about that one. Color-coded pipelines with smart tags. This is another, when you're talking about day-to-day, making life easier, sales teams, managing your pipelines, being able to color code pipelines with smart tags is brilliant. I'm definitely going to be touching in that really soon. New pipeline permissions, rentals, multi-day booking. This is a pretty much straightforward use case for hotels. Really good one. Or like a equipment hiring. We've got centralized availability management to managing schedules across multiple calendars. Really, really cool. PayPal support for calendars and services. There's WhatsApp notifications, SMS notifications for so I mean, we've been doing it through workflows, but you can kind of configure it directly on the calendar, so that's useful. Recurring webinar event settings, definitely going to use that one. I've got a ton of webinars that I've done lately. Support for taxes and processing fees. There's a lot. Add messaging and social channels to GBP profiles. Make sure you do that. That'll improve your local SEO. Use template library for create branded review request emails. Yep, straightforward that one. New competitor analysis. You can have up to 3 competitors on your reputation management. It's great. You can show it to your customers where they're weak or where they're strong, and then maybe what they can capitalize on. So I was showing it to one of my customers. He's a tradie. He's an electrician. His competitor has got a lot of reviews, but what this does do, it analyzes all the reviews and then gives you strength and then weaknesses. And then the weakness said that his competitor is really weak on communication, which is affecting reputation. So what he can do, what my customer can do, is go double down on marketing, how well he communicates with customers. Really easy way to use that, right? Sending bulk review requests for contacts. Okay. Personality style quizzes and editor upgrade. Have a look at it. Section and score tier control for quizzes. I gotta be honest, I haven't tapped into quizzes that much. I built my own thing, but it's good that it's there. Go live. I will definitely be going live through my groups and communities. You can turn members into growth partners with community affiliates. So that's great. So it's basically taking another step in the whole affiliate program that's already there. Live streaming and video calling, I'll be using that for sure. There is external forms with tracking scripts. So that was a big one. Somebody said, is this going to replace, is it the Hyros platform?
Hyros.
Yeah, so don't know how good it is, but it's definitely a big step forward. Especially when it comes to retargeting and data. Local SEO audit with interactive heat map. Really, really good. Very important. Bulk prospecting in HighLevel. Very good. We got guided importing experience for first promoter. So if you've been on the first promoter for a while and you want to migrate over, this is the thing. This is going to help you do that. Blue Sky integration. Apparently, it's a new up and comer. I don't know, but a new social media platform. So check it out. You can integrate it. Social listening now live. That's a big one, especially if you offer social media management services for clients. Really good. You got Printify integration. Too bad, too sad for us Aussies. We can't really tap into that because they don't ship to Australia. Or they do, but it's like ridiculous cost shipping, so it doesn't really make sense. But for US folks, this is brilliant. Think about it. Our touch point, somebody signs up, month later, send them a cool branded coffee mug, things like that. TikTok DMs and comment automations. We got a payment integration, so smoother and more secure payments of 3DS on Square. If you use Square, it's great. Good for like farmer markets. People use Square a lot in these places to collect money when they're selling stuff. New Threads integration, so that's another channel. Threads is by Instagram. It's gonna take on the Twitter thing. AI-powered business card scanner. I've used it. It works really well. 98% accurate. Really good. Really good about. Think about use cases. We got a BNI big conference, BNI Global. It's going to be hosted in Sydney next month. Well, guess where I'm going to go, right? I'm going to use this big time. And then I'm going to program a tag and then a workflow on the back of it. So every time I meet somebody, scan the card, tag them. That's it. Bob's your uncle. Go over the next one, meet another person. My automation is going to do all the follow-up. That's the use case for you right there. Mobile app 4.0. Definitely upgrade. It looks really good. Much easier to use. I use it already. I love it. Multi-location incoming calls. Don't know about it, but I think it's being able to manage calls coming in from different sub accounts with one app. Yes, without having to switch. So that's great. And then local presence dialing. There's a bunch of other little things, but that's all we've got for today. We are all I think we're fried, like I said, as a point of diminishing returns. So I just want to do this one more thing and see if we got anybody here with us yet. So we got a couple of legends. We got Zach, we got Nathan, we got Mari, we got Angie, we got Alok, we got Jared, or Jared's AI note taker, that is for anyway. So guys, I want to just say thank you so much for being on with me. We are straight, like we did 4 hours. We did 4 hours. So this is the longest I've ever did a thing. What's that thing, Michael? I don't know what that is. That's cool.
Yeah, I've been super quiet here. Thank you, Vit. Appreciate it, man. Everybody, it's great to hear from everybody here.
Thank you so much, Zach. Man, I've been following your journey. You're killing it. You've cracked the code, and it's really good to see. You're scaling, and I'm happy for you.
Do it quietly, right?
So
do it quietly.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. There's a lot of those. And when you go to level up, you meet those and you're like, you got how many sub accounts? And I've never heard of you. Oh, that's unreal. So it works. You don't have to be in the spotlight to make it. So that's also important to note. So once again, thank you so much, guys. I'm going to wrap it up. I'm just going to do one more commercial break, but after that break, there's nothing else. So thank you again. Now, if you guys watching this show, it's a bit of a passion project. I've been running it for 2 years. I do a lot of mini interviews with a lot of successful SaaSpreneurs, but also up and comers. Me and Zach, we did a really good interview. So if you're in the space, if you got something to give, if you want to just even maybe just crack the code on confidence, if you don't feel confident, get in podcast. I'll put you at ease. We'll have a good session, and trust me, we'll dig out the gold, and everybody else will benefit. So I'm always looking for more guests. I've got guests lined up until February now, so I'm good. But if you head over to highlevelexperience.com/interview, you can book yourself in. I interview SaaSpreneurs, fellow agency owners. I also interview interesting vendors because it's good for people in the space to know about different solutions. And I also occasionally get lucky and I get somebody from a HighLevel team. Currently trying to line up Sean for another one, so that'd be great. So that's that. And one more thing I'll mention is we do want to share more stories. We do have an opportunity for you guys to share your story. I believe, Zach, you did it the other day, so we got you plugged in this episode. So what it is, if you head over to highlevelexperience.com/your story, you can submit a short little story, like, a minute or two video of you, your name, your agency, and who you helped and how and what the impact was. And then we can plug it into an episode, and you never know who's going to hear it, who's going to be like, okay, this is just that little extra I needed to hear to keep me motivated. So that's why I enjoy doing it. It's providing value and inspiring others to know that, journey of business can be tough, and knowing that other people are walking alongside you and they've been maybe going through those milestones, they've already gone through those milestones, you can learn from it. It just helps everybody, and we just level up, and then we help more businesses level up too. So it's just like an extension of all this awesomeness that we have, right? So once again, thank you so much for being on. Appreciate you, and catch you on the flip side.
Sounds good, Vit. Thank you, man.
Thanks for having me, Vit.
Hey guys, it's Gary here from MyCRMSim. Quick question for you. What if you could get set up and start sending iMessage blue bubbles through HighLevel for less than $1 a day using your iPhone? Well, now you can. With MyCRMSim, it's fast, it's easy, it's ridiculously affordable to get set up, and you can be sending iMessages today. Check us out at mycrmsim.com and we'll show you how.
You may not realize this, but for the last 2 years, I've had a secret weapon that has made running my business inside of HighLevel so much easier. You see, there is so much that HighLevel can do, which is amazing, but it's a lot of work to stay up to date with it. And even more so if my customers are asking me questions about it. And this is why I'm excited to announce that our show is officially part of the HLPT Creator Network. This is HighLevel Pro Tools, an organization that I've been using to run support for my customers, as well as give me a ton of awesome epic add-ons that make running, launching, and differentiating my SaaS inside of HighLevel so much easier. Now that they're an official sponsor of the show, they've done something pretty bloody awesome. If you go to hlpt.com/experience, you can get one of their incredible tools absolutely for free. No purchase necessary, just for being a listener on the show. So head over to hlpt.com/experience, grab that free tool, and I promise you this is going to improve the conversion rates on your page. Check out all the other stuff that they offer and tell them that Pete sent you.
Running an agency is tough, especially when you're buried in tasks that pull you away from growth. That's where VA Hub Pro comes in. They're one of the few VA agencies I trust when it comes to helping me find quality talent for my business. From GHL integrations to CloseBot, account managers, and executive assistants, VA Hub Pro plugs into your business like an extension of your core team. Personally, I've been using them for 3 months and it's been transformational. My VAs are pros. They show up, know HighLevel like the back of their hand, and help me stay in my zone of genius. And just for the HighLevel Experience listeners, they're waiving the $297 onboarding fee. If you want to focus more on growing your agency, go to highlevelexperience.vahubpro.com and grab your slot before they're booked out.
You know what's wild? There's a smarter way to grow your agency and help more local businesses without adding more stress. That's what HighLevel does. It's your all-in-one sales, marketing, automation, and AI system. No more duct taping tools together or paying for 20 different subscriptions that barely talk to each other. I've been using it for 5 years with my own white-level version, stand out from the pack, helping Aussie businesses like Dimitri, a Canberra electrician, who now runs his jobs, quotes, calls, and follow-ups with our built-in AI employee. If you're an agency, HighLevel lets you do exactly that. Support your clients in new ways while building stable, recurring revenue every month. And if you're a local business, partner up with somebody who knows your market and your industry. If you're in Tasmania, my mate Jared from Boulder Digital, for example, has you covered. If you're in Canberra, that's my turf. Check out standoutfromthepack.com.au and we'll get you sorted. The point is, there's probably a high-level agency or SaaSpreneur near you. We're seasoned marketers, tech-savvy super nerds who love helping local businesses grow. We're global, we're connected, we're high-levelers. Now, I've got something really special for you guys. I've negotiated an exclusive 30-day HighLevel trial that's double the usual just for you. Sign up your agency through GoHighLevel.com/vid or upgrade your existing plan, and I'll hook you up with over $3,200 worth of bonuses, resources, templates, and snapshots I normally give to my private clients only. So whether you're scaling an agency or leveling up your business, start with the right system. GoHighLevel.com/vid or team up with your local SaaSpreneur and let's make business simple again. One platform, one login, no duct tape, just results.
Hey guys, it's Gary here from MyCRMSim. Quick question for you. What if you could get set up and start sending iMessage blue bubbles through HighLevel for less than $1 a day using your iPhone? Well, now you can. With My CRM Sim, it's fast, it's easy, it's ridiculously affordable to get set up, and you can be sending iMessages today. Check us out at mycrmsim.com and we'll show you how.
You may not realize this, but for the last 2 years, I've had a secret weapon that has made running my business inside of HighLevel so much easier. You see, there is so much that HighLevel can do, which is amazing, but it's a lot of work to stay up to date with it. And even more so if my customers are asking me questions about it. And this is why I'm excited to announce that our show is officially part of the HLPT Creator Network. This is HighLevel Pro Tools, an organization that I've been using to run support for my customers, as well as give me a ton of awesome epic add-ons that make running, launching, and differentiating my SaaS inside of HighLevel so much easier. Now that they're an official sponsor of the show, they've done something pretty bloody awesome. If you go to hlpt.com/experience, you can get one of their incredible tools absolutely for free. No purchase necessary, just for being a listener on the show. So head over to hlpt.com/experience, grab that free tool, and I promise you this is going to improve the conversion rates on your page. Check out all the other stuff that they offer and tell them that Pete sent you.
Running an agency is tough, especially when you're buried in tasks that pull you away from growth. That's where VA Hub Pro comes in. They're one of the few VA agencies I trust when it comes to helping me find quality talent for my business. From GHL integrations to CloseBot, account managers, and executive assistants, VA Hub Pro plugs into your business like an extension of your core team. Personally, I've been using them for 3 months and it's been transformational. My VAs are pros. They show up, know HighLevel like the back of their hand, and help me stay in my zone of genius. And just for the HighLevel Experience listeners, they're waiving the $297 onboarding fee. If you want to focus more on growing your agency, go to highlevelexperience.vahubpro.com and grab your slot before they're booked out.
You know what's wild? There's a smarter way to grow your agency and help more local businesses without adding more stress. That's what HighLevel does. It's your all-in-one sales, marketing, automation, and AI system. No more duct taping tools together or paying for 20 different subscriptions that barely talk to each other. I've been using it for 5 years with my own white-level version, stand out from the pack, helping Aussie businesses like Dimitri, a Canberra electrician, who now runs his jobs, quotes, calls, and follow-ups with our built-in AI employee. If you're an agency, HighLevel lets you do exactly that. Support your clients in new ways while building stable, recurring revenue every month. And if you're a local business, partner up with somebody who knows your market and your industry. If you're in Tasmania, my mate Jared from Boulder Digital, for example, has you covered. If you're in Canberra, that's my turf. Check out standoutfromthepack.com.au and we'll get you sorted. The point is, there's probably a high-level agency or SaaSpreneur near you. We're seasoned marketers, tech-savvy super nerds who love helping local businesses grow. We're global, we're connected, we're high-levelers. Now, I've got something really special for you guys. I've negotiated an exclusive 30-day HighLevel trial that's double the usual just for you. Sign up your agency through GoHighLevel.com/vid or upgrade your existing plan, and I'll hook you up with over $3,200 worth of bonuses, resources, templates, and snapshots I normally give to my private clients only. So whether you're scaling an agency or leveling up your business, start with the right system. GoHighLevel.com/vid or team up with your local SaaSpreneur and let's make business simple again. One platform, one login, no duct tape, just results.
Hey guys, it's Gary here from My CRM Sim. Quick question for you. What if you could get set up and start sending iMessage blue bubbles through HighLevel for less than $1 a day using your iPhone? Well, now you can. With My CRM Sim, it's fast, it's easy, it's ridiculously affordable to get set up, and you can be sending iMessages today. Check us out at mycrmsim.com and we'll show you how.
You may not realize this, but for the last 2 years, I've had a secret weapon that has made running my business inside of HighLevel so much easier. You see, there is so much that HighLevel can do, which is amazing, but it's a lot of work to stay up to date with it. And even more so if my customers are asking me questions about it. And this is why I'm excited to announce that our show is officially part of the HLPT Creator Network. This is HighLevel Pro Tools, an organization that I've been using to run support for my customers, as well as give me a ton of awesome epic add-ons that make running, launching, and differentiating my SaaS inside of HighLevel so much easier. Now that they're an official sponsor of the show, they've done something pretty bloody awesome. If you go to hlpt.com/experience, you can get one of their incredible tools absolutely for free. No purchase necessary, just for being a listener on the show. So head over to hlpt.com/experience, grab that free tool, and I promise you this is going to improve the conversion rates on your page. Check out all the other stuff that they offer and tell them that Pete sent you.
Running an agency is tough, especially when you're buried in tasks that pull you away from growth. That's where VA Hub Pro comes in. They're one of the few VA agencies I trust when it comes to helping me find quality talent for my business. From GHL integrations to CloseBot, account managers, and executive assistants, VA Hub Pro plugs into your business like an extension of your core team. Personally, I've been using them for 3 months and it's been transformational. My VAs are pros. They show up, know HighLevel like the back of their hand, and help me stay in my zone of genius. And just for the HighLevel Experience listeners, they're waiving the $297 onboarding fee. If you want to focus more on growing your agency, go to highlevelexperience.vahubpro.com and grab your slot before they're booked out.
You know what's wild? There's a smarter way to grow your agency and help more local businesses without adding more stress. That's what HighLevel does. It's your all-in-one sales, marketing, automation, and AI system. No more duct taping tools together or paying for 20 different subscriptions that barely talk to each other. I've been using it for 5 years with my own white-level version, Stand Out from the Pack, helping Aussie businesses like Dimitri, a Canberra electrician, who now runs his jobs, quotes, calls, and follow-ups with our built-in AI employee. If you're an agency, HighLevel lets you do exactly that. Support your clients in new ways while building stable, recurring revenue every month. And if you're a local business, partner up with somebody who knows your market and your industry. If you're in Tasmania, my mate Jared from Boulder Digital, for example, has you covered. If you're in Canberra, that's my turf. Check out standoutfromthepack.com.au and we'll get you sorted. The point is, there's probably a high-level agency or SaaSpreneur near you. We're seasoned marketers, tech-savvy super nerds who love helping local businesses grow. We're global, we're connected, we're high-levelers. Now, I've got something really special for you guys. I've negotiated an exclusive 30-day high-level trial that's double the usual just for you. Sign up your agency through GoHighLevel.com/vid or upgrade your existing plan, and I'll hook you up with over $3,200 worth of bonuses, resources, templates, and snapshots I normally give to my private clients only. So whether you're scaling an agency or leveling up your business, start with the right system. GoHighLevel.com/vid or team up with your local SaaSpreneur and let's make business simple again. One platform, one login, no duct tape, just results.
Hey guys, it's Gary here from MyCRMSim. Quick question for you. What if you could get set up and start sending iMessage blue bubbles through HighLevel for less than $1 a day using your iPhone? Well, now you can. With MyCRMSim, it's fast, it's easy, it's ridiculously affordable to get set up, and you can be sending iMessages today. Check us out at mycrmsim.com and we'll show you how.
You may not realize this, but for the last 2 years, I've had a secret weapon that has made running my business inside of HighLevel so much easier. You see, there is so much that HighLevel can do, which is amazing, but it's a lot of work to stay up to date with it. And even more so if my customers are asking me questions about it. And this is why I'm excited to announce that our show is officially part of the HLPT Creator Network. This is HighLevel Pro Tools, an organization that I've been using to run support for my customers, as well as give me a ton of awesome epic add-ons that make running, launching, and differentiating my SaaS inside of HighLevel so much easier. Now that they're an official sponsor of the show, they've done something pretty bloody awesome. If you go to hlpt.com/experience, you can get one of their incredible tools absolutely for free. No purchase necessary, just for being a listener on the show. So head over to hlpt.com/experience, grab that free tool, and I promise you this is going to improve the conversion rates on your page. Check out all the other stuff that they offer and tell them that Pete sent you.
Running an agency is tough, especially when you're buried in tasks that pull you away from growth. That's where VA Hub Pro comes in. They're one of the few VA agencies I trust when it comes to helping me find quality talent for my business. From GHL integrations to CloseBot, account managers, and executive assistants, VA Hub Pro plugs into your business like an extension of your core team. Personally, I've been using them for 3 months and it's been transformational. My VAs are pros. They show up, know high level like the back of their hand, and help me stay in my zone of genius. And just for the high-level experience listeners, they're waiving the $297 onboarding fee. If you want to focus more on growing your agency, go to highlevelexperience.vahubpro.com and grab your slot before they're booked out.
You know what's wild? There's a smarter way to grow your agency and help more local businesses without adding more stress. That's what HighLevel does. It's your all-in-one sales, marketing, automation, and AI system. No more duct taping tools together or paying for 20 different subscriptions that barely talk to each other. I've been using it for 5 years with my own white-level version, Stand Out from the Pack, helping Aussie businesses like Dimitri, a Canberra electrician, who now runs his jobs, quotes, calls, and follow-ups with our built-in AI employee. If you're an agency, HighLevel lets you do exactly that. Support your clients in new ways while building stable, recurring revenue every month. And if you're a local business, partner up with somebody who knows your market and your industry. If you're in Tasmania, my mate Jared from Boulder Digital, for example, has you covered. If you're in Canberra, that's my turf. Check out standoutfromthepack.com.au and we'll get you sorted. The point is, there's probably a high-level agency or SaaSpreneur near you. We're seasoned marketers, tech-savvy super nerds who love helping local businesses grow. We're global, we're connected, we're high-levelers. Now, I've got something really special for you guys. I've negotiated an exclusive 30-day high-level trial that's double the usual just for you. Sign up your agency through GoHighLevel.com/vid or upgrade your existing plan, and I'll hook you up with over $3,200 worth of bonuses, resources, templates, and snapshots I normally give to my private clients only. So whether you're scaling an agency or leveling up your business, start with the right system. GoHighLevel.com/vid or team up with your local SaaSpreneur and let's make business simple again. One platform, one login, no duct tape, just results.
Hey guys, it's Gary here from MyCRMSim. Quick question for you. What if you could get set up and start sending iMessage blue bubbles through HighLevel for less than $1 a day using your iPhone? Well, now you can. With MyCRMSim, it's fast, it's easy, it's ridiculously affordable to get set up, and you can be sending iMessages today. Check us out at mycrmsim.com and we'll show you how.
You may not realize this, but for the last 2 years, I've had a secret weapon that has made running my business inside of HighLevel so much easier. You see, there is so much that HighLevel can do, which is amazing, but it's a lot of work to stay up to date with it. And even more so if my customers are asking me questions about it. And this is why I'm excited to announce that our show is officially part of the HLPT Creator Network. This is HighLevel Pro Tools, an organization that I've been using to run support for my customers, as well as give me a ton of awesome epic add-ons that make running, launching, and differentiating my SaaS inside of HighLevel so much easier. Now that they're an official sponsor of the show, they've done something pretty bloody awesome. If you go to hlpt.com/experience, you can get one of their incredible tools absolutely for free. No purchase necessary, just for being a listener on the show. So head over to hlpt.com/experience